are in the scope of the submission, and in my view, the things that I've included as track changes are within the scope of Federated Farmers submission.
Okay. I was pleased you gave me, or gave us, the information, I think 3.5, paragraph 3.5 of your hearing 8 evidence, and paragraph 3.2 of your hazards evidence, just to give us a really good sense of the extent of the effect of these controls to deal with the coastal environment and these other overlays. Yeah, very, very helpful.
Thank you.
It's fair to say that it's a relative, I mean, by proportion, given that 95% of the New Plymouth district is rural, it's actually quite a small proportion of land that's impacted by these various controls, isn't it?
The area of the coastal strip is a narrow strip of land.
Yep.
For farmers. However, there are some clusters of farm buildings within that strip. If you go onto Google Earth and you look up and down, you can see that there are some existing clusters of farm buildings, and also there are fence lines, that need to be maintained. There are paddocks that are being used. So those things, while they are a small proportion of the overall coastal environment, I think it's something like 3% of the total coastal environment's farmland, which is another reason that supports these types of categories that I've put in my evidence being excluded from needing to be controlled, because it is such a minor amount. It yet is very significant for each farmer who individually owns farmland and on a day-to-day basis has to manage their farm in a way that they're able to within their capability.
The provision for farm buildings within the coastal environment area, this is proposed rule CER5(2), talks about the above ground level not exceeding 5 meters of a new building, structures, i.e. other than buildings, up to 8 meters. It has this control, the GFA of any building does not exceed 50 square meters over a period of 5 years. I've never seen a control like that. I mean, I've obviously familiar with controls around the extent of any sort of vegetation clearance that are sort of time controlled, i.e. 100 square meters in any 12-month period, but I've never seen it work in respect of GFA. Are you familiar with it?
Those scales that are in the plan are urban-centric scales of control. They're probably not suited to farm use. Your typical farm building, and Mark will be able to chime in here, but your hay barns between 100 to 200 square meters floor area, and they can be 5 or 6 meters high. You might have a herd shelter around a shearing shed that is quite large. In fact, 1,200, 2,000 square meters of covered area for stock to keep them dry when it's raining as you're mustering them to shear we don't want to shear wet sheep.
I mean, I've seen, I think it's more common than not that in respect of rural zones in the coastal environment, there is generally, from my experience, a control on the extent of new built form. And so I know around the Auckland region where there's the coastal environment, and even in the Coromandel, you have a limit on the size and height of structures that can go in that location on a farm property. And that is, I think, essentially a flow through from some of the coastal policy statements around natural character and the like, and all of those sorts of things. This I mean, you're familiar with those sorts of controls on
Yes,
buildings, on
I'm
farms?
familiar with the Thames Coromandel plan because we were involved in the appeal on that.
Yeah.
It depends how the coastal environment's defined also.
Yeah, well, I mean, in Thames and here, we've actually got a line on a map. In Auckland, they don't have a line on a map, which has caused a lot of confusion.
Makes it really difficult.
I guess I'm just interested in how do you enforce, or how does a farmer know what they can do in terms of that control on permitted buildings in rural zones in the coastal environment of 50 square metre GFA over a period of 5 years? So does that mean that the maximum amount of new GFA associated with farm buildings over a period of 5 years can't exceed 50 square metres? Is that how you interpret it? So you could put in an implement shed that's 10 square metres in year 1. You might go back and build a tractor shed that's maybe 25 square metres in year 2. And then you've got 15 square metres left that you've got to sort of not, allocate over the next 3 years.
Those are impractical sizes for a start with. You won't get a tractor in a 25 square metre shed.
Oh yeah, well look, I know.
But
I'm showing my urbanite nature there, aren't I?
The fact that they've time bound the rule means that the only way that can make sense is with reference to a contiguous period of time. So that might not suit, for example, a farmer who is coming up on the end of a depreciation cycle for a building that's in a cluster of buildings that are of practical necessity located close to each other because of the day-to-day farm chores that need to occur. And then one of those buildings needs to be replaced because it's just about falling down, and the farmer doesn't want to have to go and put it outside the area to avoid have to get a resource consent. It's those kind of buildings should be excluded from the requirement as a matter of common sense. It's efficient use of the district.
Your existing use rights in that situation would enable you to rebuild, so I don't think there's any issue there.
They would, unless you had to expand slightly the area. For example, if the prefabricated building type that you were going to build was slightly bigger than the availability for standard size was slightly bigger than the one that you had, it could present a difficulty.
I'm just looking at your evidence. You don't make any comment about Rule R5.
No, because the...
sorry, that's for Messenger Terrace, isn't it? Oh, no.
This is CER5.
Yeah.
No, we didn't have... That was in terms of the council planner's recommendation. I think their recommendation was to uphold Federated Farmers Relief on that point, because I only looked through the points where the council planner didn't recommend upholding the relief.
So what was your relief in respect of R5?
Five? Yeah, I'll just pull up the submission.
Yeah, thanks.
Hang on. NHR5. There was no submission on NHR5. I'll just check and see if there was a further submission.
Was it CE? Was it CE that we're looking at?
That was CE.
I think we're talking about CER5.
Yeah, CER5.
And I can't see a submission there.
CE. Yeah, it doesn't appear that Federated Farmers made a submission on CER5 either. Just searching in our...
I mean, the inability...
And I haven't addressed CER5 in my evidence.
Yeah. Yeah, that is the one that I read would be potentially the most problematic for new farm buildings within that coastal environment area. Now, of course, the way the rule is structured, obviously, non-compliance means you just need a resource consent. So to some extent, it's an encouragement on a farmer who has a farm with a portion of the farm in the coastal environment to actually locate the building outside that area. So to some extent, that's what the rule structure is sort of encouraging. It only really becomes an issue for the farm that is solely within the coastal environment. But I suspect there probably wouldn't be many that would have no land or would be solely within the coastal environment.
No, the main concern, my understanding of reading the submission that was originally submitted, was that the main concern with the coastal environment provisions was the earthworks and vegetation clearance rules.
Okay, all that makes sense. So that's helpful. Okay.
Yeah, the building one would only apply there if if, as Peter has pointed out, you've got an existing cluster of buildings. So then to have to relocate outside of the coastal zone would be potentially problematic if you've got a kind of yard operating area where you have feed and fertilizer and implement storage and all that sort of stuff in one place.
I mean, to some extent, if the overriding point of this policy is about a general preservation of natural character, if you've got an existing cluster of farm buildings within the coastal environment, and for example, you wanted to replace and expand one, then you've got a relatively acceptable policy journey to some extent, because the nature of what you're doing is consistent with the character that's already there. I know there's the inconvenience of having to get a resource consent and having those matters checked off, but you're sort of on safe ground, and to some extent, if you're only creating any additional built form within a location where there's already existing built form. So I think that's probably not going to be a significant impediment. It might be the situation where, for whatever reason, you want to establish on quite an uncluttered portion of the farm that happens to be in the coastal environment a whole lot of new sheds and buildings. That's the sort of situation, I think, where the policy framework might start to push against that sort of proposition. But again, if it was the only rational location for it and you were able to do it in a way that maintained natural character, then it might be acceptable. So I think it's at that level of a framework that enables those matters to be considered that we've got to make sure that there are pathways there.
Yeah, we didn't do a submission on CE R5.
Okay. No, I think that was all I wanted to talk to you about, Mr. Matic. Mr. Hooper, thank you both. That was helpful.
Thanks, Kit. I just had one question, and this is regards Coastal Environment Policy 8. This is in regards to the planted vegetation. And I got what you were saying in the submission, but I suppose we've got Mr. Hooper here. Would be just helpful just to give me some examples. I was thinking in my head when I read this something like, pittosporums that are quite often used for shelter belts and screening of farm buildings, and they're needing to be pruned because they actually react well to being pruned. They actually enjoy it. So, and it's good to do that every now and again. And that was the example I had in my head, but I was just wondering if you could just interpolate a little bit for me on farm, what sort of examples you're thinking of that might be affected by this policy.
Well, I guess another potential example is around the perhaps placement of flaxes, which would be classified as indigenous, but probably more around the inappropriate placement of flaxes, because they can get rather large and unruly. They're quite problematic with fence lines and stuff like that, and also they might have been a good starter plant to put in and a good in the coastal environment. At some point, they do need virtually removing and enabling other vegetation to take over. And probably perhaps less so, but certainly potentially manuka also would, where you've got wilding manuka as a sort of pasture management kind of thing, that would fall into the category of an indigenous species as well, I would imagine. So, so yeah, there might be need to be some provision for removal of wilding manuka.
Yeah, because my understanding that the relief sought by federated farmers was really to do with whether an indigenous planting, so whether done shelter belts and those things, and I think the flax is a really good example of it, rather than self sown indigenous plants.
Yeah, no, that'd be true. Yeah.
Yeah, and I suppose for you, Mr. Matic, was just in regards to those changes that you've recommended to us, whether you foresaw any unintended consequences. And like one of the things I was trying to test was part of I've been involved with the other chapters is the terms of natural heritage and some of the significant natural areas where you might want to do some enhancement planting where hasn't got a covenant, but the farmers decided for good reasons to do some riparian planting next to a
that's right
area, and they sort of captured by this clause.
Yeah, if you had a rule that that made it difficult to maintain that kind of planting, then it could have a perverse effect of discouraging choice of indigenous plants for that kind of work, and you end up with exotic vegetation instead, because farmers wouldn't have to have consent to remove that if they need to maintain things. So my suggestion there was excluding planted vegetation that's not subject to any protection covenant, because presumably then if it's not identified as a significant area and it's been planted voluntarily but not subject to any covenant, so it's not part of vegetation that's required for offsetting or mitigation in a resource consent sense, then that could sensibly be excluded from the rule to give flexibility to prevent that perversity of discouraging the choice of indigenous vegetation for that kind of planting.
Yeah, thank you. That makes sense in my mind. Yeah, and you're just trying to test it just to see whether there might be any perverse or unintended consequences. Things that often some of these changes are done for good reasons, but don't necessarily actually achieve it. And it's used as perhaps a loophole, and they think, oh, why didn't the decision makers have a test of this and have a think about it?
But there's also difficulties sometimes with sourcing particular plants in areas. Right. Yeah.
That's understood. Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Matic, Mr. Hooper. I don't think we had any further questions, Kit. That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now I think we're with Port Taranaki, Mr. Dingle and your team. And I think we've got Janice Carter who's going to be presenting today. Good to see you again.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'll be providing the planning evidence, but Mr. Dingle will go first and explain some issues to do with Port Taranaki and the development that it is proposing in the near future.
Thank you. And I suppose just before you start, Mr. Dingle, and just I think, Kit, you're on the port hearings, are you?
No, I'm not on the port hearing. It was a matter I was going to raise. The reason I'm not on the port hearing in terms of activities within the port zone is because of one of the matters in the interests register from prior engagement for the port. I'm conscious that I sort of stood aside on the ONF hearing with respect to Mukatahi. I'm sort of in two minds as to whether I need to stand aside on this one. And I guess there are two reasons. One is if I do, then the hearing doesn't have a quorum when it comes to this. But I think more relevantly, these are issues of broader application to coastal mapping rather than specific to do with the port. Well, no, they're not really. I don't know. Does any other party have a view on it? I mean, I think we're at a point where I didn't realise that this was potentially going to be contested. So I'll stick my hands up. Does any party in the room have a problem with me sitting and deliberating on the coastal environment provisions insofar as they apply to Port Taranaki?
That was an awkward silence. Mr. Dingle, I suppose one of the reasons why I raised it was one, where both of us are not sitting on the Port Zone hearing. So, although you're coming before the panel, we haven't been privy to all of the hearing for that. So it was just not be cautious with it, but just hold our hand a little bit, because we're aware of it. We've read the material, but we weren't at the hearing, so we're not up to speed with it. So some of those conversations you may have in that hearing might go right over our head. So I didn't want you to assume that we were over everything. But however, we are involved in a number of hearings that are involved with port matters. I've been sitting on the energy, network utilities, contaminated sites, and a number of others which all have implications for the port, and we've been discussing around, a special approach in regards to the port. So that's all in the background, trying to knit all this together, but also managing our potential conflicts. And my conflict was, because I'm not sitting on the port zone, is because I've been involved in an application that was near the port, but not actually at the port. So I'm not making any part of the decisions in regards to that specific geographic space. So that's another little complication to our hearing panel as well. So I just wanted to mention that before we start, just to make sure that you're comfortable with having us two sitting on this particular hearing.
Look, I don't have any particular problems with either of you sitting on this hearing, and I'm happy to proceed.
Hey, thank you for that. Sorry for that little interruption, Ms. Carter and Mr. Dingle. We'll pass it back to you.
Okay, thank you. So my evidence today is really focused on potential development at Port Taranaki, and then Ms. Carter will talk about the more technical planning aspects of our submission. But I just wanted to preface it with, I think most of us are aware that Taranaki is going through, or will be going through, a fairly significant transition away from fossil fuels, and if we play our cards right, into a new sector in the renewable energy space. And that's really what I wanted to focus on today, because in my mind, and in Port Taranaki's mind, it's a significant opportunity for the region, not only for Port Taranaki, but for Taranaki as a whole, for employment opportunities. And it's an opportunity for us to be at the forefront of a new industry in New Zealand, which is all about the generation of renewable electricity and converting that electricity into green forms of renewable energy, which is extremely exciting and comes with significant investment from developers from across the globe. And so today I wanted to focus on two that are actually in the public at the moment, and just kind of consider how that might impact Port Taranaki going forward, and really requesting that the proposed New Plymouth District Plan gives us every opportunity to secure these opportunities for the region and avoid the consequence of them going somewhere else. So let me just start by saying that Port Taranaki, there's been two offshore wind conferences in New Zealand, and Port Taranaki has presented at both of them supporting that industry. And I guess what we've seen in the last 2 years is quite a lot of movement towards supporting that industry, and in particular, the government recently announcing that they're about to undertake a piece of work to create a sort of a regulatory regime that would support offshore wind. So I'll just say that the interest in the offshore wind is certainly growing, and this will potentially have a profound impact on the shape of Port Taranaki in the years to come. And the first of the examples I'm going to give is an Australian organisation called OceanX Energy. OceanX Energy are looking to develop 5 offshore wind farms off the coast of Australia, and 3 offshore wind farms off the coast of New Zealand, 2 of those off the coast of Taranaki, approximately 20 kilometres offshore, and 1 off the coast of the Waikato. The OceanX has completed a very in-depth study, and they've prepared a document which they've released, which focuses on energising Australia with offshore wind. I don't want to get too distracted by the term Australia because there's a number of references in there to New Zealand as well and Taranaki. The OceanX proposal is pretty exciting, and one of the chapters in there, chapter 5, focuses on ports, including what needs to happen now, and they say in the years 2022 and 2023 to make this happen. In my evidence, I've added some emphasis, but there's about 6 or 7, let's have a look, there's 5 areas where that we need to focus on today. And number 1 is continued early engagement with government, port owners and operators to avoid delays and duplication of port infrastructure investment, and to identify opportunities for deliberate and strategic co-location of emerging technologies. And I'll cover that shortly. Early collaboration between hydrogen hubs and complementary technologies. In some of my previous evidence, I've spoken about the opportunities that are being looked at by producers of renewable energy in the Taranaki context. One that's pretty obvious to us all is Haringa, and they'll be looking to bring through wind farm blades through our port and develop those at their site, subject to some consent hearings which they're working through at the moment. But that's almost a case study of what could be a much faster industry for the region. Early identification of suitable portside land for manufacturing, fabrication, storage, transport and assembly to maximise opportunities for local content. And number 4 is detailed assessment of existing port facilities to determine required upgrades and strengthen investor confidence and bankability of projects. And the 5th one is creation of clusters of manufacturing, logistics, assembly and development of innovation, research and development. So all those things kind of need to happen and be looked at pretty thoroughly before any investment incurs in offshore wind. They also then go through and they look at what attributes a port should have to support offshore wind. And I've listed those and would just briefly comment on Port Taranaki's response to those. So the first one is operating hours of 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. That we comply with that. That's how our port operates. Distance to closest OceanX project, 30 kilometres. So Port Taranaki is within that range and therefore well suited. It's the only port on the west coast of New Zealand that can actually support it because it's a deep water port. Multiple high load bearing deep water berths. So the high load bearing is the interesting one. We've got one high load bearing wharf at Port Taranaki. So in a world of offshore wind, we'd have to develop some more high load bearing wharves. But we do have 9 operational wharves. And the next point about multiple deep water draft berths, our draft is 12.5 metres, which is essentially ideal for what OceanX are considering. Next thing is heavy vehicle arterial road access. So certainly Taranaki, the region, has some good heavy vehicle capability, and I've just included an extract from the Regional Land Transport Plan for Taranaki and the high productivity motor vehicle limits that are included there. So I think regionally we've got some roads that can cope with heavy traffic. And I'd use the example of the Waipipi wind farm towers, which were 90 tonne, being transported along the roads from Port Taranaki to Waverley. Direct rail access, network access and infrastructure. Well, we're actually one of the only ports in New Zealand that has a rail link right onto the berth of our Blyde Wharf. That's quite an advantage for our port to have that, and would certainly suit this type of project. Suitable for fabrication and construction. I'll also jump to suitability for assembly of turbines. So Port Taranaki has 18.8 hectares of land at the former power station site, which we have not developed. We've also got something like 20,000 square metres of bare land at our Eastern Reclamation. And I've referenced those in my appendix just so you can see them. So if you go to Appendix 1 of my report, On the left-hand edge of the image, there's area 5 and
Sorry,
area.
hold on, just keep checking with Kit if he's got a copy of that.
Yep.
I've got it up on my screen. You've got it, Kit?
Is that what we're talking about?
Yep, that's the one.
That's the one, yes. So in that image, there's area 5 and area 6, which are at the left-hand edge of the image. That's the former New Plymouth Power Station site. There's a lot of 18.8 hectares there, which is well suited because of its proximity to the port for supporting the development of this type of activity or the development of renewable energy production. In addition to that, area 2, which is on the right-hand side of the image, it's coloured orange, is 20,000 square metres of bare land. We call that the Eastern Reclamation. That is well suited for supporting this industry as well. And in fact, that's where the Waipipi wind farm and the Turitea wind farm turbines and blades were stored for those projects. There's also mention of a helipad. I believe in the proposed New Plymouth District Plan, there is actually a helipad within the, or consent for a helipad within the port area, but I'd point out that the airport's pretty close by as well. So that's important, particularly in ongoing operations and maintenance of these facilities. The other thing that's important is suitable for quick reaction port and operations and maintenance headquarters. So what they're saying there is if there's an issue out in the field, they need to be able to get out there quickly. So Port Taranaki for the last 50 plus years has been supporting the offshore oil and gas industry, and we are well resourced to support not only offshore oil and gas, but offshore wind when it arrives. An existing skilled heavy industry labour pool. One of the benefits that offshore wind developers talk about when they talk about Taranaki is the engineering industry here, which is growing up with our oil and gas industry. And so there's a natural pivot from that towards supporting offshore oil and gas. I've also just included a slide which was from the OceanX presentation at the last New Zealand Offshore Wind Conference, which shows the location of the 3 offshore wind farms in New Zealand, one in South Taranaki, one in North Taranaki, and one off the Waikato. The next page of my evidence just looks at a port in Denmark called, I hope I've got this pronunciation correct, Esbjerg. And I wanted to use this because there's some real parallels between this port and Port Taranaki. So Esbjerg is an offshore wind hub that supports the European offshore wind, which is, is an order of magnitude greater than what we would expect to see here in New Zealand. But I think it's an important illustration of a population of 110,000 compared to Taranaki's population of 120,000. A port that was established in 1868, and Port Taranaki was established only 7 years later in 1875. This particular port is certainly supporting offshore wind quite successfully in Denmark. And what we're seeing here in this image is the construction phase. So this is actually cargo moving across the wharf to go out to the offshore wind farms. But once the construction phase is completed, then there needs to be operation and maintenance headquarters set up. And so what I've included in my evidence in the second image is a drawing of what an offshore operations and maintenance headquarters could look like. That would fit very nicely in our Eastern Reclamation area and also in that could be incorporated into the former New Plymouth Power Station site as per the appendix. So that's illustrative, but the next project that I wanted to run through was the one that's been recently announced in the media in New Zealand, and it's a partnership between Copenhagen Infrastructure Projects and the New Zealand Superannuation Fund. And on the 29th of March, they announced that they were going to investigate building a wind farm off the South Taranaki Bight. There's been some stakeholder presentations on this already. And interestingly, they supplied quite a high-level timeline, which I thought was interesting. So 2022, they'll start feasibility investigations, and they expect that to take 2 to 3 years. So that includes marine mammal investigations, migratory bird investigations, lots of work programs supporting the due diligence of that project. Another 2 to 3 years on environmental assessments and approvals, and then construction and commissioning another 3 to 4 years. So under their timeline, assuming they get through the due diligence, they will have a 1 gigawatt offshore wind farm operating off the coast of Taranaki by 2030. So that's what they're aiming to do. At that presentation, Matt Winteray, the CEO of the New Zealand Superannuation Fund, was asked the question, why Taranaki? And he came back with, it's a very high quality wind resource. In fact, I have mentioned this at previous hearings, New Zealand has the 5th best wind resource on the planet for offshore wind. And in fact, Taranaki and Southland have the 2 best wind resources in New Zealand. So that's why Taranaki is pretty popular with the developers. Not only that, it's kind of adjacent to where the demand is on the North Island as opposed to South Island. The location aligns well with the government's just transition strategy and delivers jobs to the region and to iwi as well. Importantly, if we're going to generate this much electricity, which is about 1 gigawatt, there's got to be a user of that electricity. So it talks about being able to power 650,000 homes, but I thought it would be useful to think about it in the context of some of Port Taranaki's major customers and how they view renewable energy. So I went and had a look at Methanex's, who's our largest customer, their sustainability report for 2020. And it says internationally, Methanex are reducing CO2 emission intensity from production by investing in projects to grow production capacity with newer technology and develop projects to produce green methanol through carbon capture and biofuels. And another one of our top 5 customers, OMV, they've set themselves an ambitious objective to be at net zero carbon emissions from operations by 2050. They're researching completely new energy solutions, including renewable hydrogen, carbon capture utilisation, and the production of e-fuels. OMV aim to have at least 60% of its product portfolio made up of low carbon or zero carbon products by 2025. The important thing about those two is that they can take electricity produced offshore and turn that into other renewable forms of exportable energy. And that creates a fantastic pathway of opportunities for Taranaki to explore. And in that sense, Port Taranaki would certainly play a really important role in the supply chain, facilitating both exports both nationally and to global markets. But a critical part of this dynamic is an enabling consenting pathway that allows for this innovation to take place here in Taranaki. So with all that said, in conclusion, it's kind of difficult to predict how these things will actually go. But I just would reiterate that we need to be in a space where we're flexible enough to be able to react and change to these new market dynamics. And the developments that I've just described will be facilitated if the district plan enables flexibility and certainty for the port during these changing times. For these reasons, I support the reporting planner's recommendation to exclude the port zone from the Coastal Environment Chapter rules. I also support a more confined and clearly articulated range of restricted discretionary matters where consent is required for port activities which do not comply with effect standards such as height of buildings in the port zone. And I'll end my evidence there. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dingle. I think we will just pause there and see if we've got any questions before hearing Ms. Carter. Kit, did you have any questions?
No, just exciting times. Yeah, fascinating possibility. Yeah, no questions. I think you got the pronunciation right as well. So,
Hey, thank you for that. I just had perhaps two questions. One was just about the port zone, and just appreciate that I'm not sitting on that particular hearing, but it's an interesting situation where the port is a major piece of infrastructure that has a lot of investment, and obviously it's in the coastal environment and it's well placed towards the west coast, and there's a number of activities that do occur there and could in the future, and you've named a number of those and just in your evidence before us, and I just wondered whether, if you didn't have a port zone that was able to provide the flexibility and agility to host a number of those activities, where else might they go? And because that could be obviously a perverse outcome, where you might have activities that you might not want to see in the rural zones or actually near residential areas pop up, because there's a pathway of least resistance. And I just wondered perhaps if you had any experience in that particular regard, where activities haven't been able to come to the port because the rules framework or the policy framework has been a constraint, and they've actually chosen to go elsewhere.
Well, I think I've been involved with the port for only just under 3 years, so I don't have a lot of experience in port zones. I came from quite a different background, but look, one example that relates directly to this port is we're a major importer of palm kernel into New Zealand. Palm kernel can be a bit smelly, and it's a very dusty substance which is difficult to get off vehicles and windows. And we did have palm kernel down in the Eastern Reclamation area in a big storage facility there. Decision was made to move it away from there because of effectively a reverse sensitivity issue. The neighbours could smell it, and they didn't enjoy or appreciate it. So we found another area on the port for them to store that product. So yes, we do come up against issues because of our location that make certain matters a bit more difficult or challenging for us than than would maybe necessarily be the case in other circumstances.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good example. The other one, you mentioned jobs for iwi, and I just wondered if you'd just interpolate what that means.
Well, I think with any new industry, there's and particularly one of this size, there's a significant opportunity for people to be trained in areas of maintenance, in areas of environmental support, in areas of more technical capability to operate and maintain a wind farm and get involved with the engineering and design of that. So, I think in New Plymouth at the moment, we're blessed with very high quality engineering and infrastructure people. But I think with a new industry coming on board, there's an opportunity for increased vocational training to support a new industry. And I think that's an opportunity that we just need to embrace and support.
Okay, thank you for that. That was my questions, and thank you very much for your submission. Perhaps we'll go over to Ms. Carter.
Okay, morning everyone. Yeah, I think the planning evidence will be a lot less interesting and exciting than what Ross has been just presenting. I certainly found that very interesting as well.
You shouldn't start with it. I don't know if we've got Adrian who's still with us. Oh no, she may have headed off, but you're supposed to be selling the planning profession and
yes,
exciting person is, and you can work anywhere in the
start
world.
pulling yourself down, goodness.
Yeah, and there's all sorts of different sides and dimensions to planning.
I just often feel a bit nerdy with the whole planning stuff. I'm
The
usually
world
the only
needs
one that's really
nerds.
interested in
Absolutely.
it.
It's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. Anyway, I'll start. So the port and PTL was involved in the early drafting of the port zone, and so we had a lot of influence on how it ended up being, not in terms of what it was notified, but we had a lot of discussions early on in the process. So when we saw the port zone, we were quite supportive of it, but we didn't support the coastal environment chapter because they appeared to override all the sort of hard work we'd done in the early discussions with the council about what the port needed. So we sort of feel that a lot of the layers that are in the plan have sort of worked against all the early discussions we had on the port zone to try and get something that would be effective, that Ross was talking about. But that being the case, many of the issues that have now been raised by the reporting officer in the coastal environment chapter in the section 42A report, a lot of the port submissions have been recommended to be accepted. So there's not a lot left in terms of planning that I need to discuss today, but the points are they're finer points rather than the big picture. And I'll just go on to my evidence now to outline what those things are. So really only focusing on some very minor remaining areas of disagreement. So I support exempting Port Taranaki from the rules of the coastal environment chapter. That's what the port submitted, and that's what the reporting officers have recommended. And that's both the port zone officer and the coastal environment reporting officers both agree that the port zone could be exempted the rules. And I think that's really important that we all agree on that. But the reporting officer recommends adding some additional matters of restricted discretion to the rules in the port zone to bring in some of the policies that are in the coastal environment. And it's that sort of finer issue that we want to discuss in more detail today. In my view, adding those matters of restricted discretion to what's already in the port zone results in an overly complex and onerous list of matters of restricted discretion. And I think that they're not really efficient in terms of section 32 as well. I'll just carry on. So the other thing I agree with is that the NZCPS policies, I agree with the reporting planner at paragraph 29 of her evidence. I agree that those range of policies are the ones that are in play here today. So there's no disagreement in terms of the policies. What is the main area of disagreement is whether policies 6 and 9 have the ability to trump the other policies of the NZCPS if the relief sought by Port Taranaki is accepted. In my view, that proposition undermines the effect of the proposed district plan structure. And I'll just go into that in a little bit of detail. Directions contained in policies 11, 13, 15, as well as policy 2 and 14 of the NZCPS are actually given effect to in the PDP as follows. And they'll be relevant to any discretionary or non-complying activity. So in part 2, the district-wide matters, there's a strategic direction, which covers historic and cultural values, view shafts, natural environment values, coastal environment, and then there's a whole range of appendices and schedules which are brought into the plan, including heritage buildings, archaeological sites, areas and sites and areas of significance to Māori, notable trees, view shafts, urban biodiversity, natural features and landscapes, significant water bodies, and outstanding natural character areas. So they're brought in the plan. Any discretionary activity, non-compliant activity, these are all in play. Overall, the proposed district plan, in my view, needs to be read as a whole. And when it is read as a whole, there's no policy gap in terms of giving effect to policies 11, 13, and 15 of the NZCPS, and no trumping as suggested by the reporting planner at paragraph 459 of her report. I'll just carry on and quickly summarize. I won't go into all these objectives and policies because I'm assuming that you've read the relevant objectives and policies, including the coastal plan policy that I've pulled out at page 14. So I won't go into those. So what I've said at paragraph 57 is, so I don't agree with the approach suggested at the port zone hearing and endorsed by the Coastal Environment Section 42A report to bring these additional policies, which is Coastal Environment Policy 2, Policy 3, Policy 7, Policy 8, Policy 11, Policy 12, and Policy 13, to bring them as matters of discretion where there is a non-compliance with one of the effect standards in the port zone, which is issues such as height, landscape, setbacks. So I consider the matters of discretion restricted under those rules, which is Rule 2, 3, Rule 6, and R12, and standards S1 to S4 of the port zone, to be sufficient for a consideration of the coastal environment and better provide for the effective and efficient operation of Port Taranaki. And also implements CNC Policy 3, Port Taranaki of the RPS, and recognises that Port Taranaki has a functional and operational need to be located in the coastal environment. I mentioned some issues there to do with high protection structures. That's a clarification, and there's no disagreement there between myself and the reporting planner. And in terms of coastal flooding hazard area, paragraph 74 of my evidence, where I talk about erection of a structure, I just agree that that rule, CER 26, can be brought into the port zone to make sure there is no gaps. But I disagree with having to also have condition 1C carried over to the port zone, and that's the requirement that the building be relocatable. In my view, it's enough for the port zone that it complies with the minimum floor level in that particular case. I do have a little issue about whether the extent of the coastal environment at Port Taranaki needs to be quite as broad as it is. And I've provided a map showing the area around Centennial Drive where it sort of bulges out. And my query there is whether it can go around Port Area C, which is just the area to the west of Centennial Drive. And I can show that on a map if you're, I can show you on a map if that will help.
That'll be helpful, thank you.
Okay, so I'll just bring my evidence over, share the screen. Is that, my start screen, share screen? There we go. Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'll just scroll down. So this is the Port Taranaki, this is the coastal plan. The orange line is the indicative line in the coastal plan that matches its policy 4, that says it includes areas identified in the district plan plus some other matters. And then the coastal, just scroll down. This is the coastal environment in blue hatch. And the area I'm talking about, can you see my cursor? Is in here. So I'm just marking that now. That area in there. So if I go back to the coastal, sorry about this, go back to the map so it's this area here in the aerial. So I'm suggesting that perhaps it could go around here and just join back up here, so that the Port Area C could be excluded from the coastal environment. And I'd be interested to hear if there's any real issue with that being the case. So that's the paragraph. So I'll move out of that now, stop sharing the screen. Did you want to have a look at that a bit further, or can I stop sharing the screen?
You're fine for you to stop sharing screen, Kit.
Okay.
Where was the paragraph you were talking about that change, Janet?
I'll just get that. Actually, I'll scroll down to the paragraph.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, paragraph 76. Yeah, okay.
76. Yeah, so it's just an additional point. It's not a big point, but in terms of what the port is intending to do, I just think that it doesn't neatly fall within the description of the coastal environment in terms of policy 1, then to CPS, and it's not there doesn't seem to be a real reason why it bulges out in that particular location. And I think it would be assist the port greatly if it was actually excluded from the coastal environment.
Is that the position the port's taken with the regional coastal plan as well?
So with the regional coastal plan, we did make submissions on that, and that what is there is the indicative line for the coastal plan, and the policy that matches it basically says whatever will be in the district plan plus. So I can get you actually, it's policy
that's
4.
okay.
Yeah. So it doesn't have to, in terms of giving effect, and I think that's probably what you're getting at. The policy 4 basically says whatever is in the district plan or the proposed plan, have regard to that. And then a second element is any other coastal features that may be appropriate in a case-by-case basis. So I don't, in my view, this can be changed without going against the coastal plan.
I guess two things in response to this. It was a matter I was going to address in questions. I can wait until questions if you like.
Okay, so I'll just trying to get myself back to getting rid of this sharing. I'm just
Here we go.
here we go. That's right. So I can unshare the screen. Thank you. Yeah, and basically that's my evidence.
Okay.
So this matters.
So I'm just closing down all of those bits and pieces. Over to you.
Yeah.
Got any questions?
Oh, got it. Yep. Sorry, we're waiting. Well, just I guess on that last point, Janice. I guess the first one, well, 3 things now. Did the port company seek that the coastal environment line in that location be modified in its submission?
What we sought was that that all the provisions in the coastal environment be removed. So the scope is quite wide.
Okay. Okay, well, that's slightly different. The provisions in the coastal environment being removed is one thing. The location of the coastal environment is another, as you know.
Yes.
So did it ask for the extent of the coastal environment to be shifted away from that area?
Not specifically, no. It's basically broader than that. It was basically we didn't want the coastal environment provisions to apply or the coastal environment to be removed from the port zone. Okay. So it was broader than that. So if I shall get the...
Yeah, no, it's okay. I mean, I'll go back and check that. To some extent, that's...
If we haven't got scope, I think we're happy to leave it at that. But
well, I mean, I guess that's the next point, is that the way things are proceeding with the coastal environment and its relationship to the port zone is that the only influence of the coastal environment overlays appears to be proposed is in relation to hard protection structures, which you wouldn't be building in that location, presumably, or the erection of a structure in the coastal flooding hazard area. And by reference to the maps, I don't think you're in that area either, are you?
Oh, there is a small coastal flooding area, and that's why I've made the comment that I agree with that rule being put into the port zone, but that I would prefer that 1C, the conditions, that the buildings be relocatable, not apply, and that it just be that if the minimum floor level is applied, it is complied with for the permitted standard.
But I'm just looking at the maps, the area that you highlighted, it would only be a small fraction of that was in that coastal flooding overlay, the flooding hazard area, wouldn't it?
There's a few small areas, particularly near the power station.
But in terms of the area you highlighted on the map, when you put it up on the screen.
Yes. Are you saying just the bit that we want excluded?
Yeah.
Yes, no, it's not that area, it's highland, it's up on the terraces.
So what that means is that in effect, even though that portion is mapped coastal environment, it has no impact whatsoever on what the port can do because all the underlying port zones rules would apply. So I mean, it's one way or the other. You either, I don't know, I just can't see why, even if there was scope to remove it, and you had produced evidence in relation to the rationale for the coastal environment in that area, which you haven't, it ultimately doesn't have an impact on what the port could do in that area by the look of it.
In terms of if it was actually out of the overlay, I think there's an argument that some of those coastal policies for a discretionary or non-complying activity wouldn't apply.
Okay. All right. The issue about I guess the cross-referencing of those CE policies in the port zone, that's not an issue for us really, because we're not sitting on the port zone hearing. That's an issue that's within the bounds of that hearing, isn't it?
Well, I think it's crossed over to both, and that's why perhaps why Jacob has attended this hearing. So the actual changes would be in the port zone, but it's the officer from the coastal environment who's recommending that they be transferred into the port zone. So I think that we have to cover it off. We didn't fully cover it over in the port zone because the coastal environment Section 42 had just been released.
Okay.
So we have to cover it here. And I think if we're going to remove the rules, from what I can tell from reading the reporting officer, happy to remove the rules if these matters of restrictions stay in the port zone. So there is a clear overlapping of these issues.
I take your point on
Yeah.
that. What it means is that Commissioner Coffin and I will have to talk to Commissioner Dacian and McMahon about how all of these things lay out, because we wouldn't want to be in a position where two of us think they should go in there and two of us think they shouldn't. There'd be a bit of a punch up then, I imagine.
Yeah.
You know who's going to win, Kit?
I'm quite happy for there to be a bit of a punch up.
We'll win, don't worry. The other thing I wanted to have a chat to you about is, and they do delve down into matters of detail, the way the recommendation is that, I mean, it's quite clear the way the CE rules have now been constructed. If you look at the CE area rules, they go through and they segregate where the rules apply based on zones. And you see that the recommendation is, when we get all the way down to, where is it? CER8, that goes. So that effectively means that in terms of the coastal environment area rules, there are no rules that apply to the port zone. So that's
I think
that's been done.
There is a wording at the beginning of the overview, and I noticed that one of the other planners who's not present today, there is some wording that's been added by the reporting planner at the end of the overview that basically says that that the port zone are exempt from the rules in the coastal environment chapter. So it's right at the end of the reporting planner's.
Yep, I get that. What I'm moving to is that there potentially need to be some other amendments to make that clear in the rule hierarchy, because when you get to the, you see, when you get to the coastal flooding hazard area rules and then the coastal erosion rules, the rules apply in all zones. So what I'm suggesting is that possibly we do need to make it clear that all zones excluding the port zone when it comes to those matters, because otherwise it's ambiguous. You've got a comment in the overview. You do have the rules that have agreed to be transferred over to the port zone, but in fact, you still have these flooding hazard and erosion hazard rules that apparently on the face of it apply to all zones. So just as would you agree that there might be a tidy up that could be there to make that absolutely clear?
No, I absolutely agree with that.
Okay.
That the overview technically doesn't have status. And so, yeah, to tidy it up in terms of the rules, to make it quite clear that the port's excluded.
The other sort of tidy up that sort of strikes me is when you get down to the consequential amendments that's been put forward, which this is where we transfer over the hard protection and erection of structures in the coastal flood hazard area. The rules in the port zone are not where are we? Are not described as, they're not labeled. You see, the way the port zone rules apply is that they they allocate activities based on the sub-precinct areas,
Yes.
as you know. So there is no such thing in the port zone precinct as special purpose port zone. So I'm just thinking that if we're going to bring these rules into there, then they need to be, I guess, harmonized with the way in which the particular rules operate within that precinct, because the rules are not even port they're not even PORTZ-RX, they're obviously PREC 10.
That's right. Yes. No, I agree that
think
there's some
something that-
drafting issues to get them fully
Look,
integrated.
I'm just being absolutely pedantic, but I just think there might need to be a little tweak to the nomenclature as to how those rules come through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think
but that's not really for you. That's more for Ra to have a think about when she reflects back on this. Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
No, I agree. I think Press 10 R12 is okay the way it's drafted, but I agree that the other one, having that special purpose port zone, there's a bit of redundancy in there, and it has to be integrated a bit better.
Yeah, I think the phrase that's used in the precinct is all port areas is the one where the rule is to apply within all of the sub precinct areas. So I think that's just that's me being the planning geek. Sorry.
Yeah, well, that's good. It's good that you've picked these things up and that we can get them clarified.
Okay. Okay. No, I think I was really grateful for your evidence, particularly the way you walked us through quite clearly the policy framework that supports the port. I think that's very important, never to lose sight of that. And I very much appreciated that attention to the detail. Yeah, and I had no other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kit. The only other question I had was just if you could just take us through those changes to make sure we've got all of them in your appendix 1 and they're highlighted in blue. Just make sure I've got all of those ones.
I think the only one was in the consequential changes, wasn't it, Jan? Or did I miss
Yes, I think it's the consequential changes.
Yeah. Yes, the
I'm quite happy to. I mean, I guess it's a technical drafting thing. Quite happy to have a go at that and send something in that puts those changes that Kit mentioned in perspective. But do you want me to go through each of the blue changes that I've made in my?
Yes, please.
Okay. So in the first changes in the overview.
Yep, see that. Although Port Taranaki is an exception to this.
Mm-hmm. I think that goes hand in hand with what the coastal plan says, is it's a highly modified environment, but there are areas nearby that are of high character. And I think it's appropriate to recognise Port Taranaki here as being the exception.
Sure, we can carry on to the next one.
So CEP7.
Yes.
I'm not quite sure what I say in my evidence about this, but basically, in terms of the NZCPS, I think that there's just too much written there. A risk-based approach to significant existing development and infrastructure, and a risk reduction, including avoidance where appropriate approach to new development. I might have to go back and look at what I say in my evidence about that, but it's just, I think it's unnecessary addition to that clause in P7. But if you want to wait, I'll whip through and see why I've said that.
That'll be good, thank you.
Yeah, if you can just hold for a second. So paragraph 55, I'm just agreeing basically with the changes that have been made, but basically say new clause 7, the recommended amendments to clause 6 are potentially inconsistent with policy 27 of the NZCPS.
Okay.
And I've recommended that that part of the clause be deleted as shown in the track change version in appendix 3.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
And I'll go back to the document.
I think the next one is down in the special purpose port zone, the ports with a ZRX. I think that's the other one.
So yes, that's where, so it's in Ports RX. Bearing in mind Kit's suggestions,
Yes.
I've suggested that that new buildings be relocatable is not necessary, and that as a condition of permitted activity status. I think if you comply with the minimum floor, then that is mitigating the hazard in that location. Perhaps if you couldn't comply with the minimum floor, then the issue of it being relocatable would be appropriate. And that, of course, would be something that you consider under the matters of restricted discretion.
Thank you. That's all of my questions I had. Anything else, Kit?
No, that's all very good. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Hey, thank you
Mr.
very
Dingle.
much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Mr. Dingle, thank you very much for your presentation as well.
Thanks very much for your time.
I think we're scheduled next to have our iwi submitters, and I'm just wondering, Kit, that might be a good space for us to have a little short break. Let's have a 15-minute break. Let's reward ourselves and have a 15-minute break, because since there's just two of us instead of three.
Go on, don't you be that generous.
Oh, yeah.
Goodness. Commissioner Daish wouldn't, Chair Daish wouldn't be that generous. He'd be cracking the whip. He'd give us 5 minutes.
I know, that's when the
All right, see you soon.
the cat's away, the mice will play. So we'll come back at 35, 45, 10 minutes to 11. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Christine, I can't quite hear you.
Also, I'll try and get hold of Richard Buttermore, because he said Tane was going to present, and he's not online. So I'll try and get hold of him.
Okay.
Sorry, are you
there
able to
you
hear
go.
me now?
Yes.
Sorry, I forgot I put it up there. I'm just trying to get hold of Richard Buttermore, because he did mention that Tane was going to present.
Yes.
But he's actually not online, so I'll
Okay.
try and check
we
him
can
down.
we can play this way, and we can move things around, and I'm sure Maria and Sarah will be accommodating to just to make sure that we want to make sure we can get Tane and he can fit into our schedule today.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Antoine.
Thank you.
Oh, aroha mai. I have heard from Tane, and he's he's out at a Kiwi release today, so he's unable to present. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, I'll check in and see if he wants anyone else to present, but I think he's happy for his evidence to be as read.
Thank you very much. We'll see if we've got any questions for him, and we can perhaps put those in writing if we do. But otherwise, yeah, thanks for passing on that note, Maria.
Cool. Kia ora.
Thanks, Maria.
Thanks, Christine. Hey, good everybody. Good to see you back again. We've just been informed that Tairi o Mahanga, that was Tane, won't be with us this morning. He wants us to take his evidence as read. And I just want to check in with Kit if you had any questions. I didn't have any specific questions for Tane, but if you had.
No, it was all very clear. I think it was a straightforward request. I'll be interested to have a chat to the other the planners about the rationale and the reasoning for it. But no, it's very clear. Didn't have any questions of them directly.
Thank you. For these evidence, we've got a change in order for what we normally have. We normally have Ms. Mako goes first and she receives the brunt of all of our questions, and then Maria follows up with maybe 1 or 2 questions that we haven't already asked. So it's nice to see the order's been changed around. So we'll pass over to you, Maria.
Well, tēnā tātou. Yep, we've had a change around. So just mixing it up. Yeah, tēnā tātou. Ngā mihi kawana kia korua. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you about natural hazards in the coastal environment and Te Kāhui o Taranaki and a tangata whenua perspective on these kaupapa. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge Ra and all of the time and effort and care that she's put into these reports and considering our o Te Kāhui and tangata whenua submissions on these topics. It's quite evident that that she's genuinely tried to come to the best outcomes as she sees them. So just like to acknowledge you, Ra, on that. In terms of the natural hazards chapter, Te Kāhui was generally supportive of this chapter as notified and had a limited scope. There were a few recommendations to respond to from that chapter. The main one being the amendment sought by Ngāti Mutunga to Objective 1, and I accept the reasoning and discussion of the Section 42A report regarding this. The other submission point was regarding an amendment to overland flow path, and this is accepted as well. So there were, in my evidence, I did not seek any additions, amendments or deletions to the natural hazards chapter. In terms of the coastal environment chapter, again, generally, the submission of Te Kāhui was generally supportive of the coastal environment chapter. And in my evidence, I support the recommended amendments to Coastal Environment Objective 3, Policy 1, Policy 6, and Policy 7, although I would note that I also support the reordering of the wording as outlined in Ms. Mako's evidence to remove the possessive S from Māori words within that within the wording of that policy. The other 3 topics or matters that my evidence covers is esplanades, and so in my evidence I outlined that I believe the policies allow for a case-by-case consideration of esplanades along the coastline, and my position is unchanged from that which was discussed in hearing 5, which is that esplanades typically have been used to provide access, although they can be used for other to protect other values of water bodies and coastlines. I consider that in some cases it's inappropriate for access to be provided over parts of the coastline due to sites and areas of significance to Māori, where it's inappropriate for them to be disturbed or damaged or desecrated through public access. But I consider that the policies within the coastal environment chapter provide for that site by site, case by case assessment. the other two matters, the key one that my evidence addresses is the coastal environment mapping as it applies to the Oakura Pa property. And so I appreciated the visuals that are included in her opening presentation, showing the Pa there in, I guess, in proximity to the awa when it was in flood recently. So the main argument here for, and the relief that my evidence sets out is that I considered that the restrictive, or that the provisions of the coastal environment as it applies to Oakura Pa are unduly onerous and out of step with what the district plan has set out in the Māori purpose zone, and in enabling Māori to develop Māori land for Māori purposes. And so, as I've outlined in my evidence, in the Māori purpose zone, there are requirements in terms of what land can be Māori purpose zone, and Māori land is a scarce resource. And in the images provided in my evidence, figure 1 to 3, it's just a snapshot of the remaining Māori land and where that is located within the Taranaki iwi rohe, and particularly around Oakura. There's a constant, a small area which is owned by Māori, and I would note that most of this land is leased. So the majority of that land is under PKW or Paranenehiki Waitotara's administration, and so most of that land is leased out either to farmers or to the district council. Corbett Park, which is on the opposite side of the river to Oakura Pa, that's leased by New Zealand District Council as a public reserve. So even though there appears to be Māori land outside of the coastal protection, the coastal environment, it's unable to be developed by whānau because of the way that it is administered. So the Oakura Pa site is located wholly within the coastal environment, and there are some of those hazard overlays that apply within the property as well. However, I consider that from my reading of the Section 42A report, Section 32, and the evidence applied by landscape architects and coastal scientists in support of those, is that Oakura Pa, the Oakura Pa site has been included primarily for landscape and amenity values, as opposed to active coastal processes, Indigenous biodiversity, or ecological values. And so the landscape and amenity values are highly influenced, I would argue, by the cultural values associated with the Pa and associated with tangata whenua relationships with the coastal environment. And so it's my opinion as a Māori resource management practitioner that that you can't separate the coastal environment and in the cultural elements that tangata whenua add to that character and value of the coastal environment. And so I consider that having activities that apply to activities within the Māori purpose zone, which do not comply with height to boundary ratios or outdoor storage or a setback requirement, I believe that it's unduly onerous for them to be a fully discretionary activity, considering that there are no, from my understanding, there are no ecological coastal processes, Indigenous biodiversity values that are being considered what that would be affected there. And so as Māori land is a scarce resource, I'm unsure as to what values council is trying to protect or what resources council is trying to manage by applying a discretionary activity status to Māori purpose zone land within the coastal environment where there are no flooding or erosion hazards. And so I consider that the most appropriate way to remedy this is to exempt Māori purpose zone land from certain rules within the coastal environment. I consider that it's appropriate for the rules regarding coastal flooding hazard areas should apply to properties where that is identified as being a hazard for that property. But I consider that the general character and amenity values that it's onerous for council to try and control them on Māori owned land, which contributes to that very character. The last matter, which is tied in to the application of the coastal environment to the Māori purpose zone, is that hazard sensitive activities are non-complying activities, and there's no clear exemption or distinction that says that marae, koangareo and kura kaupapa would be exempt from the definition of a hazard sensitive activity, and therefore if a marae or koangareo or kura kaupapa were to be erected within the coastal environment, these would be non-complying activities. And I consider this is something that needs to be clarified because again, it seems out of step with what the NZCPS states around what is appropriate within the coastal environment, but also out of step with what the council is trying to achieve with the Māori purpose zone and provide for with that zoning. So if it is the case that hazard sensitive activities are intended to capture all education, all community facilities, then I would revert back to the relief sought in the submission of Te Kahui o Taranaki, recommending that the coastal environment mapping be removed from Oakura Pa property. That was my evidence. Happy to take questions.
Apologies for that. Just lost my Zoom screen behind all these documents I've got all open at the same time. Kit, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I did. Kia ora, thanks for that, Maria. A couple of things really. I completely get where you're coming from about not placing controls over the use and development of Māori purpose zone land that would potentially frustrate that land being used for that purpose. But I'm really struggling with the notion that it follows from that the development of Māori purpose zone land for activities that are potentially sensitive to hazards ought to not have to deal with that. I mean, one of the foundation purposes of the Act is to enable people to provide for their health and safety. And yet you're suggesting to us that for Māori purpose zone land, we should forget about that and we should allow Māori to develop marae, kohanga reo and kura on land that is susceptible to hazards that could impact upon the people using that land. And I must say, I'm really struggling with that. Why would we allow Māori purpose zone land to be developed in a way that potentially threatens the people who ultimately end up using it? Doesn't seem to make sense. I'm sorry.
No, yep, and I appreciate that. I guess so. Te Kāhui the submission of Te Kāhui did not cover specifically rule. I can't remember which rule it is, sorry. Hold on, the one about hazardous sensitive, CER 18. We didn't specifically, Te Kāhui's submission didn't specifically seek that hazard sensitive activities, that the activity status changed. However, some of the other activities that were non-complying have changed from non-complying to discretionary. However, Te Kāhui's submission didn't cover that change in activity status. And so I'm not suggesting that it should be a free pass, go for gold, in terms of developing in areas where there are flooding hazards or erosion hazards. So I haven't commented, I haven't sought relief specifically in my evidence because I didn't believe that there was scope in Te Kāhui's submission to do that. However, I consider that a discretionary activity status would be the most appropriate there, considering that Māori purpose land and NZCPS acknowledges that Papakainga development can include marae and other activities that are development of communal land owned by Māori for Māori purposes. And so I agree that there should be some, and that there would be some control over whether it is appropriate to have hazard sensitive activities within an area that is acknowledged to be, you know, at the interface of erosion and flooding and other hazards, but I don't consider that non-complying is the appropriate activity status for that.
I mean, a couple of comments here. The definition of hazard sensitive activities from my perspective would include, well, what does it say? It says activity that is particularly vulnerable to exposure to a significant risk of damage from one or more identified natural hazard. And then one of these unhelpful definitions, which is defined as inclusive. So you've got healthcare facilities, medical and health services, emergency services, educational facilities, and community facilities. So I guess I'll be interested to hear what Ms. Macbeth says about that particular issue. The non-complying versus the discretionary, yeah, I mean, you could take the view that the policy framework that is invested in the multi-purpose zone provides a very clear pathway through that 104D gateway in that circumstance. And then provided you could manage the risks at I guess, a physical constructability level, then you're potentially no worse off than a discretionary status anyway. But yeah, okay. So I guess you're not saying complete exemption, you're saying that if there is going to be that sort of overlay on multi-purpose zone land, then it should be an easier pathway through, because that better respects the intent of the multi-purpose zone. Is that a fair summary?
I think that's a fair summary.
Okay. Okay. The other thing I just wanted to have a quick chat to you about concerns the Esplanade reserves and strips provisions, because it is something that I'm sort of working my way through at the moment as we start to prepare recommendations on the subdivision chapter and the water bodies chapter. And I guess the CE, the coastal environment chapter, is the third limb of how the reserves and strips are provided for under this plan. And they all sort of intermesh in quite a complex way. There was one thing I had identified as a potential gap in the way the plan has dealt with it. And I was going to talk to Ms. Macbeth about it later, but I thought I might put it to you now, given you've raised it. The way the standard is written in the subdivision chapter, which is where the primary tool for the provision of Esplanade reserves and strips, the way it's written is that there's no preference given as to whether the landowner who's subdividing provides an Esplanade reserve or an Esplanade strip. Now, of course, these are two very different creatures under the Act. As a contrary example, for example, in Tamaki, in the subdivision chapter, there is it's a restricted discretionary activity to provide an Esplanade reserve, but it's a discretionary activity to provide an Esplanade strip. So you have within the rule framework a preferential treatment for those who may wish to vest a reserve versus those who just want to retain ownership but provide a strip. And then there's a policy which provides guidance as to the circumstances in which a strip ought to be provided versus a reserve, or vice versa. Now, we've got none of that in this plan, and on the face of it, there doesn't seem to be any ability for the council to reject a proposal by a consent applicant to simply provide a strip, provided it meets the width that the standard provides for, which is 20 metres in rural zones and 10 metres in other zones where it comes to water body strips, or 20 metres generally in the adjoining mean high water springs. I guess that this is leading to a question. Do you is this something that you and Ms. Mako had picked up in the drafting of this plan, or how do you actually perceive that these sorts of debates around whether a strip or reserve ought to be provided are actually dealt with in practice?
So I hadn't really thought about whether an Esplanade strip or reserve is provided, and what the implications of whether one or the other would be provided, apart from the fact that an Esplanade strip moves with the water body and the coastline, as opposed to a reserve which is fixed, and then if it erodes, oh well. Yeah, so my experience so far in my role has been that strips are generally taken. And to be honest, I don't necessarily have a preference either way. And I'm not sure that council does, although Ra might want to jump in here. Yeah. Yeah. I don't really. To
It's
be
okay.
honest,
I mean,
it's,
look, it's a bit of a wild card sort of question, really, because it's not something that's front of mind for what we're talking about. It's just as I'm pulling together all of these provisions to seeing how they work across the water bodies and the coastal environment. It's something that has sort of occurred to me, because the Act says shall provide an esplanade reserve, but then it says may provide an esplanade strip, and I guess who decides which is the appropriate one is sort of unwritten in this plan. Other plans have dealt with that up front and said, well, our preference is for a reserve because there's a lesser activity status, but we still will accept a strip, but you need to demonstrate that the circumstances justify a strip versus a reserve. And there's a policy which lists out a variety of criteria which would prefer a strip versus a reserve. And I guess, I mean, I will be interested to chat to Ms. Macbeth. And of course, these provisions also include Ms. Lawrenson and Ms. Young, because they're all working on these three chapters to some extent. So I guess that's something I'll throw to them. But if your experience of it is that it really just gets decided below the waterline and no one sees it, then that's helpful to understand that what the current situation is. Yeah. Anyone else want to leap in here and
Yes, if I could just, I haven't really turned my mind to it, but just since we've had the subdivision chapter and the water bodies chapter as well, we've come across a couple of examples where the council have had a preference to take reserve, but there's not that clear direction to take reserve in this particular location, and the applicant has said, no, we're only providing the 20 metres that we have to provide. The council have indicated they do want to take reserve, and I think it's a width less than what the plan requires. And I understand that the applicant sort of thrown their hands up and said, well, we're doing what the plan says as a controlled activity. And if you're not going to accept that, then they pulled their subdivision, just as an example. And another example is where I'm involved in the development of the coastal walkway, the extension out from Balbok to Waitara, and we have I guess not to divulge too much because it needs to be, there will be public consultation on it, but there is a property where it is likely the council are going to have to take a reserve along the coastal margin when it's a property that will eventually be owned by Te Kōwhatu Tū Moana, so the trust made up of Manukurihi and Rotorua. So it's one of the properties that return through the Waitara Lands Act. So eventually it is likely that it will be subdivided, and the council have indicated that they would like to take this much esplanade reserve. So we've started having those conversations already. So not sure if that helps, but yeah, just to I guess to highlight that we are having those conversations in practice now.
Yep. Well, I mean, that's really good to hear. It sort of suggests that there is potentially a more cooperative attitude between those who are in the position of developing and the council about what's the best outcome for the land. And maybe you don't need policy direction. Maybe in Tāmaki there's just way too much fighting over who gets what, that we need clear policy about it. But this is something I'll probably tease out with Ms. Macbeth later, maybe. Thank you.
We could go there now if you prefer.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
So, for years in consents, it was a little bit vague to me whether we took a reserve or strip, but relates to the, you know, the park's aspirations for forming walkways and things like that. And in the operative plan, there was a list of preferred esplanade reserves. And so we've gone away from that now, and we have left it a bit open to the case by case. So my understanding is, you know, it's whether something wants to be formed there. And I just can advise that we've, Renee Davies' team has just recently appointed a new reserves planner, and the focus is going to be more strategic approach towards our esplanade provisions. So at the moment, it's not clearly identified where we would want to put, you know, actually form walkways, but that is a big piece of work that's going to be coming. And I also understand that the reserve isn't always desirable because the compensation might be required. So sometimes a strip might be, if you didn't know that you wanted to form any access, then perhaps the compensation is a factor.
Yeah, I mean, the compensation, from my experience, the compensation only really becomes a factor if there's not a power to, well, there's not an obligation to vest, and yet council still wants it. I mean, vesting means the landowner gives it up. That's part of the quid pro quo for getting to create allotments adjacent to water bodies and stuff like that. But look, we don't need to go there. I guess
the consent planners, we would just take advice from the parks team, from the reserve planners.
So under the rules as they're currently written, though, and I accept this is a subdivision chapter question, so it might be better to talk to Ms. Lawrenson about it. But I presume you guys have all been talking about these provisions because they sort of mesh together. On the face of it, if an applicant for a subdivision that's otherwise controlled in the rural zone comes to you and compliance with the relevant standard, which is sub 9, is met in terms of width, but they say, I'm doing it by way of an esplanade strip, there doesn't seem to be a non-compliance with the standard, and council's got no ability to say, well, actually, we want a reserve in this situation. The way the standard is written, it gives the discretion as to whether it's a strip or a reserve to the landowner, not the council. And I guess that's the issue that I've sort of seized upon as I've seen all of these provisions in one line. And I don't even know whether there's scope to fix that, to be honest. It may be that there needs to be some thought later about how council controls what is offered and takes that out of the hand of the landowner.
Okay. Look, I'd be happy to reach out to Nicola and provide something about that in the written right of reply.
Well, look, that would be helpful. There were some other things I was going to talk to you about in terms of the construction of the two policies around that, but I'll do that later because it's an issue that is more sort of construction based and I don't want to interrupt the evidence we're in at the moment, but thanks for entertaining me on that particular issue.
Commissioner Dindon, sorry, I just wanted to add as well. So Rachel just mentioned about the council hiring a new reserves planner as well. So I meet weekly with both Quinn, the new reserves planner, and Renee, and we're trying to develop I think I probably mentioned it in hearing 5 as well, not a throwback to them, around developing the strategic approach to esplanade strips and reserves as well and how they're taken. From that discussion in September, this is what's come about in the past 8 to 10 weeks, I think. So we're able to have that. So obviously a consent gets submitted, Renee and Quinn come to us. We've also received a copy of the application normally by way of statutory acknowledgement as well. So, you know, we're both looking at it at the same time and informing when Quinn and Renee give their feedback to the processing planner, it's almost already had the benefit of our advice as well.
Yeah, that's good. Good. I didn't have any more questions of Maria, Mr. Chair.
Hey, thank you, Kit. Maria, you were with us yesterday. One of the matters that I was raising with Ms. Macbeth was around the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, and particularly that it's anticipated that in policy 6 of the policy statement, it anticipates that Papakāinga, marae and associated developments would occur in the coastal environment. However, it's nested within a number of considerations that need to be taken into account, including the next provision, it's E6(1)(e), consider where and how built development on land should be controlled so that it does not compromise activities of national and regional importance. So it sort of does then capture all of those matters that need to be included in the coastal environment. So I suppose first question is, do you accept that? Yeah. And the second one is that from my reading of the plan, one in the Papakāinga, or for the special purpose zone, Māori purpose zone, a provision for quite, let's say, not only anticipating Papakāinga, but actually providing very enabling provisions for that to occur where it's been identified. And also at the moment, a couple of pathways. One is a consenting pathway, perhaps, and then another pathway is the development of an iwi hapu development plan, which sets out, usually in a spatial way, all those matters that have been resolved or addressed from that particular chapter. And I suppose this is a question for Ms. Macbeth. As we've been talking, I've been trying to think in my head, if you were going down the hapu development plan pathway and you address those matters that are in the Māori Special Purpose Zone chapter, and then you turn your mind also to a number of other chapters, but including this particular chapter, and that would be an appropriate way of addressing some of these. But I was just trying to see whether that would then trigger some of these quite specific rules, and you've mentioned a couple of those in your evidence, including the hazard sensitive activities. And I had a question mark whether it actually would or wouldn't trigger it, depending on the particular the development itself and where it was located, et cetera, and other overlays. So I suppose that was a question more for Ms. Macbeth, perhaps not necessarily this afternoon, but in the written reply. It's just seeing how that would roll out. Obviously, you haven't been intimately involved with the Māori Purpose Zone chapter, so I'm trying to be careful that you're not going to go and start writing someone else's chapter, but just trying to test how this actually works in practice. And so the intentions of the Māori Purpose Zone are actually enabled, but also in terms of the coastal policy statement, take on board those other really important regional and national matters that need to be taken on board. And then there's a pathway either on the hapu development side, plan side, or on the consenting side. Perhaps that wasn't a question so much for you, rather than a train of thought. Did you have any comments?
Yeah, so if something were, for example, Okura Pa prepared an iwi or hapu development plan for that property, and it included a kohanga within the coastal environment, my understanding is that it would still trigger those coastal environment rules, and it would still be considered a non-complying activity. It would have to go through that process, that consenting process, with the gateway test and all of that, which I think the plan, there would be enough support to get it through there. But yeah, I still consider it's quite an onerous undertaking, considering that that land has been identified for Māori purpose activities and would be permitted under the Māori purpose zone rules. Yeah, those are my thoughts.
Ms. Macbeth, you've popped up on the screen. Did you want to make some comments there?
Yeah, I have prepared some comments in response to that for later. It's probably tidier to just deal with them in my right of reply. But you know, the Owakura Pa situation is really helpful example of the implications, and in this case where we've got this one comprehensive coastal environment, but actually that most of that site is not in there because of the hazard, and,
Yes, that's right.
and so that is a perverse outcome of that one comprehensive, and so I will address that later.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. You'd probably want to have a hapu development plan that doesn't include the flood hazard area. That's not an area of the development. Just saying that out loud, perhaps. Yeah, and so, but you'd want a plan to actually consider all of those matters, and so they're all provided for. But you wouldn't want to necessarily want them then to trigger a very onerous process when they've already been taken into account. So I was thinking, is there a different way where you do the hapu development plan and/or you do a consenting process, consenting pathway?
Yeah, I've prepared some comments along some different options for how we treat that site. So whether we pull the coastal environment there back to the flooding hazard area, and I'll ask Mr. Bain later to make some comments about that the coastal character with the type of a development envisaged in the Māori purpose zone. There's also the option of a restricted discretionary level within the hazard sensitive activities rule, but I quite like that rule to be strong, but just applied in the appropriate circumstances for like when there's a hazard.
Yeah, understood. Ms. Okopara, I just had a question too. Did Taranaki iwi make a submission on the definition of the coastal environment?
Let me pull that up. I don't know. The submission definitely covered the mapping of the coastal environment, but let me check.
Yeah, because we've currently got a definition that's in front of us on page 21 of the version 2 addendum that's of the chapter in front of us with some recommended changes to it. And Ms. Macbeth did qualify it yesterday, just saying that cultural matters hadn't been specifically something that had been addressed in terms of engagement with tangata whenua, as I understand. However, they had included the cultural and historic heritage areas or features and sites and areas of significance to Māori there, with some changes have been to it, but it didn't necessarily reflect the cultural values specifically in that assessment. So I just wondered whether you had any thoughts in that regard.
Yeah, so Te Kāhui did not submit on the definition of coastal environment, but did submit on the mapping of the coastal environment, and that it hadn't had the input of tangata whenua as to whether those areas identified as being part of the coastal environment were appropriate or not.
Well, thank you for that. That was helpful. I didn't have any further questions. Kit, did you have anything else?
I did. I'm not familiar with the phrases hi ika and mara. Can you provide me?
So hi ika is a fishing spot.
Fishing spot. Okay.
And
ika, of course. Got it. Yeah.
And mara is a garden.
Okay. That leads me on to another question. In terms of gardens in the coastal environment, what were the sort of the main garden species that were cultivated close to the water?
There were different. It depended on the hapu, but in some parts there were kumara closer to the coast, because in some species of kumara like sandy soil. So they were often nearer to the coast, and different berry trees were often cultivated nearer to the coast because they were useful.
The salt and the brine and stuff like that, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a
Oh, no, well,
expert on this, so
You've given me a lot more than I had before I asked the question, so I appreciate that. Thanks for that.
might get my hand slapped for
That's
for
one.
saying the wrong thing. So I don't want to.
Commissioner
things
Lynch, it's actually interesting you asked the question. I did a 3.5-year research project on the relationship between Māori and soils, and I looked specifically at kumara and a number of other species, both traditional and contemporary. So we can have a chat sometime and
There you
share
go.
notes. But
Excellent.
kumara love sandy soils, and
Do they?
and also in those coastal environments, you get those lovely microclimates where the sea air and the inland air meet each other, and they create some really interesting microclimates. So you get a lot of types of gardens in sand dunes and things where you wouldn't expect it because you don't have much of a soil profile as such, but they can be pretty awesome gardens of all sorts of varieties, and especially when the missionaries brought up a whole range of new plants to Aotearoa. Māori picked them up really quick, and were the main producers of fruit and veg for the Auckland market and the Sydney market for a few decades. Yeah. I think that's a logical conclusion to our questions, perhaps.
Hold up. I'll hand over to Sarah.
Okay, we'll pass to Te Atiawa and see if we've got any questions left.
Oh, hope not. Anyway, I was just going to mention as well, Maria and I are indoor plant growers. Well, I'm learning from my older cousin anyway. My kumara haven't survived very well, but anyway. O tēnā koutou, inga kai kohi mana Antoine Kit, tēnā porua o tira i ngā kaimahi o te kaunihira o ngā motu me ngā tangata katoa, tēnā koutou. Thanks again for having me, and yeah, just again tautoko Maria's comments around Ra's reporting to this hearing. Ra was a senior planner when I was a graduate at New Plymouth District Council, so yeah, just to acknowledge you, Ra. So just wanted to touch on a couple of things today. I guess evidence was quite straightforward, I guess. So in relation to the natural hazards, I guess I just wanted to reiterate that comment I've made around the Mātauranga Māori and the success of the Waitara Stormwater Project. So the Waitara Stormwater Project received some funding from the Ministry for the Environment, so particularly in relation to the Tangaroa project, which the Tangaroa is I guess is one of the matua awa for Manukurihi and Otarawa in Waitara. And I probably alluded to in my evidence was some other studies, particularly in relation to natural hazards, which are benefiting from Mātauranga Māori. So one, and I'm not at all familiar with it. One of my aunties has been involved in the project is Dr. D. Shasha. So she's an uri of Te Atiawa Ngāruahine Ngāti Ruanui here in Taranaki. So she's working on the transitioning Taranaki to a volcanic future, and Dr. Shasha's role in that is around how Mātauranga Māori is used in volcanic warning and hazard response as well. And so that's an ongoing project. There's a number of aims as part of that research project, but the Mātauranga Māori is a key part of that. So also just wanted to make note of as well, I saw the Environment Aotearoa 2022 report was released, and I was very pleased to see the inclusion of Mātauranga Māori in that environmental reporting as well. So the use of te kāhui or matariki. So it was really interesting. I haven't read the report in detail. I've had a quick flick through the summary report, but yeah, really interesting there that there's that change in those environmental indicators. So in regard to the coastal environment chapter, so Te Kotahitanga had submitted largely in support of the intent of the chapter. So you'll see probably the the points that I've raised are largely in relation to the whenua, which is proposed to be zoned multi-purpose zone. So the point you've discussed earlier with Maria, so the multi-purpose zone and that interplay with the coastal environment. The engagement of the expert advice of tangata whenua, so I've just picked up on, I can't remember what the policy number is off the top of my head, but this is, I guess it's a point I've raised through my evidence to all of the hearings, I think, around that wording of that policy. So I've had some discussion as well. I think I mentioned in the last hearing, the multi-purpose zone hearing around that wording. I'd had some discussions with the report writers for hearing 17B, which is the future urban zone. And the other matter was the interplay of the port zone with the coastal environment. So in my evidence to hearing 20, and again in my evidence to hearing 7 and 8, I acknowledge the importance of Port Taranaki to the district and the region's economic and social wellbeing. Ngāti Te Whiti had also acknowledged this in their, Julie Healy on behalf of Ngāti Te Whiti in her evidence on behalf of Ngāti Te Whiti, and then also Linda McCulloch on behalf of the Whenua Tōpū Trust as well. So they acknowledged the importance of the port, but also the modified nature of the area, and also that it's not culturally sterile. So I guess I just wanted to reiterate what's set out in my paragraph 36 of my evidence, that I'm generally supportive of the approach and recommendations in the Section 42A report in response to the port zone / coastal environment matters, including the requirement to retain the coastal environment overlay over the port area. I guess I just wanted to highlight that I think it has amplified the concerns I raised in my evidence to hearing 20 regarding the port zone provisions and the over-reliance on the overlays chapter and the lack of tangata whenua advice to inform the port zone provisions and the precinct plan, including that recognition of the relationship Ngāti Te Whiti has with that area. I also just wanted to highlight there were a couple of errors in a couple of omissions in my evidence as well. So at paragraph 36A, 36A, I've just at the end of that sentence just written rules CE-R. So those rules are the rules that have been set out in Appendix 7 to the Section 42A report. So R1, R2 to R5, R11 to R19, and then R27 to R28. So I just wanted to comment on the subdivision as well at the port. So Raz suggested that subdivision's not envisaged at the port, and I assume that's highly likely, but was just reflecting on the on some of the deposited plan numbers at the port. They look to be relatively recent. So I think April 2013 was the date of the deposited plan. So I don't think we can say that there would be no subdivision at the port, in the port zone. Anyway, that was just a point that I noted. And then also in another error at paragraph 41, where I suggested changes to rules R1 to R7, so that should only read R1 and R5. So anyway, small data, that is that was the presentation of my evidence today, so happy to take any papa.
Thank you, Ms. Mako. Kit?
Cool. Thanks, Sarah. Just take me back to 36 subparagraph A.
Oh, yeah.
You rushed through. What should we amend your evidence to say where it sort of ends CE-R? What's the R reference? We should just make sure. I just want to make sure I get that right.
Yeah, sure. So that's R1.
Okay.
R2 to R5. R11 to R19. And R27 to R28. So that's that was based on the Appendix 7 that Rachel had appended to her 42A.
Good. Cool. All right. Just a couple of things, and I apologise that probably like you, I don't stop thinking about this plan in between the hearings, and so questions that come to mind from prior hearings, I then get to have a chat to witnesses again along the way, even if they're not directly relevant. But it's very helpful to have that consistent face of you and your colleagues coming to each of these hearings, because I then get to ask questions I forgot to ask last time. So the one I wanted to have a chat to you about, and for the longest time I've been scratching my head about how this would work. It's in your paragraph 27, and it's the reference to this aspect of the policy about expert cultural advice provided by tangata whenua. And then, which I absolutely get. I think we've already established through our strategic directions hearing that this is a non-negotiable. I've always sort of been a little bit confused as to what the subsequent phrase then does. And that's this, including the extent to which the activity may compromise the relationship of tangata whenua with their ancestral lands, water sites, waitapu and other taonga, or the kaitiaki and mana whenua responsibility of tangata whenua in the coastal environment. So is that a yeah, I'm just a bit confused as to how that relates to the first bit of the policy, because the including suggests that when an applicant in this space goes to seek expert cultural advice, they have to specifically request tangata whenua to give them advice on those particular matters. So this reads as a sort of as a minimum extent of advice that tangata whenua ought to be asked to provide. Is that how you read it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's good. My confusion is gone. Okay, I understand that now.
And I think it's like just needs to be separated out to that it's engaging that expert advice of tangata whenua. You may, it's not a notification decision. So it doesn't, it's that, yeah, well, it's that expert advice to inform a notification decision, to inform a Section 104 assessment. But yeah, it doesn't replace that. We could potentially be an affected party as well. And then that might require consultation.
Yeah, I mean, it may be, I mean, there's I guess there's a number of options that come out of that. If an applicant has gone through the provisions and has sought cultural advice, that cultural advice, even including in relation to the various factors that are referred to there, may indicate that what they're proposing to do will have significant cultural effects. In those circumstances, the applicant would either choose to not proceed, or they would say, well, I don't, you know, I'm going to proceed anyway, in which case the council has then got information which suggests that there is a potentially affected issue here. That then leads into a notification provision. So that's how it would sort of work in practice. You'd have to be a pretty brave applicant to press on in those circumstances, I would suggest, and I say that from my experience up here in Tamaki as well. So, okay, so there is a really, it will very much help inform what applicants will do. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and again, not, I think I've said this at every single hearing, not at all wedded to that wording as well. And so some of the right of reply discussions that I've been involved in, that there's still that well, almost each Section 42A report writer has their own view as well. So
I mean, that's something we're going to have to look across the whole lot at the end, because we don't want to have slightly different provisions. It's just fertile ground for lawyers to make arguments then. So and we all want to avoid that. Okay, now the other thing I wanted to have a quick chat to you about was it really is this point around the exclusion of rules CE R1 and R5 for the multi-purpose zone. And I think I've understood the issue is that because for each of rule R1 and R5, it doesn't seem to be requiring anything other than compliance with either the earthworks chapter or, in the case of R5, the zone rules and effects standards. So there's no other requirements that are imposed, except to the extent that if you need a consent under the earthworks chapter or under the multi-purpose zone chapter, you will need a consent under this chapter, but rather than it be restricted discretionary, it would default to discretionary because of the overlay. Is that the issue?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
And also, oh, sorry, just to add there as well, I guess the more I've thought about the multi-purpose zone, and I suppose Ōkura is a unique example because it's not, and correct me if I'm wrong, Maria or Ra, that Ōkura isn't identified as a SESM, as a site and area of significance to Māori, whereas probably the examples that I've given in my evidence, such as Rewarewa is actually identified as a site and area of significance to Māori. So, so even if it, so and there's a submission scope to see Rewarewa rezoned multi-purpose zone. So even if earthworks were permitted under the multi-purpose zone and the coastal environment, it would still trigger it wouldn't trigger, it wouldn't be a permitted activity under rule CER1 because it triggers the sites and areas of significance to Māori chapter earthworks rules. So
so the argument here is to exclude it so that it would otherwise retain its restricted discretionary status under its underlying or district-wide rule. And I get the logic of that. I am concerned though that you see that the difference, that the step up from restricted discretionary to discretionary is inefficient. I mean, to use your wording, is inefficient and ineffective and is onerous in the context of Māori land. And I just want to explore that with you a bit more. I mean, how much more punitive is a discretionary activity versus a restricted discretionary activity? And I'd be interested in any sort of examples you can give from your practice in a way. I mean, because restricted discretionary is just slightly more orange in the traffic light scenario than discretionary in a way. In practice, do you see them as being that different in terms of getting consent for them?
actually, not necessarily, probably not now. I think reflecting on your kōrero with Maria as well is that there is that clear direction through the plan. If we're just talking about multi-purpose zone in the coastal environment, that there's that clear policy direction that that these types of activities would be appropriate and on whenua zone, multi-purpose zone, and in the coastal environment. So I can't think of an example right now where that difference would, if it was, restricted discretionary versus discretionary. But reflecting on that discussion this morning,
and if it was discretionary by dint of the fact that, for whatever reason, the development that was proposed would trigger a consent under R1 or R5. Do you see anything in the objectives and policies that would create a real barrier, I guess? Because obviously when you get to the 104 stage, the difference between an RDIS and a DIS is that even though the objectives and policies are still relevant on an restricted discretionary, you can only make a decision based on the matters to which discretion is restricted, whereas in a discretionary context, the objectives and policies have a broader influence on the overall exercise of discretion. So I guess the inquiry here is, are there things spoken about in the objectives and policies in the CE chapter that would really run counter to wanting to do something that achieves the purpose of the multi-purpose zone, for example?
Yeah, I would have to go through it in detail, but just reflecting on one other point I've made in my evidence was, and I think Commissioner Coffin and Maria have explored it today, is that explicit reference to multi-purpose zone activities or multi-purpose activities being provided for in the coastal environment, noting that it makes that there's that reference to providing for Papakoanga marae and associated development, and yeah, Maria's kōrero this morning is a kohanga part of a Papakoanga. Just that explicit reference to multi-purpose activities, I think, would be the only potential change in the policy direction of the coastal environment. I think the changes to the objectives, the coastal environment objectives, probably do provide for that as well, along with the strategic direction, those objectives as well. Provided in practice it's all read like that. I guess that's over the last few hearings, I think that's what we've had that discussion. So.
Okay. No, thanks for that. That's appreciated. Thanks, Sarah.
Okay.
Hey, thanks, Kit. And I suppose this is the benefit of you coming after Maria, and certainly Kit's done a really good job of asking you all the questions that I had my little notes next to, so I didn't have any questions for you. So you might want to use this order in the future. Lots of inquisitory questions.
Okay, ka pai, no tēnā koe, tēnā korua.
Thank you. Hey, thanks everyone. That ends our evidence presentations for the day, and we're going to come back at 1 o'clock. I'll just check in with Ra and the team that 1 o'clock still okay, or we needed a little bit more time.
Thank you. I think that will be okay. Dr. Shand will be available at 1. I don't think there's anything come out for him, but if you did have any further questions, he's scheduled to join us at 1 as well.
Okay, and Mr. Bain was going to join us as well, because there's been a few comments about the coastal environment and the definition that he might want to elucidate for us as well.
Yes, I'll be there.
Yeah.
Excellent, thank you.
And Mr. James as well.
Thank you very much. We'll see you everybody at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Let's just check to see we've got everybody. Got Richard, Janice, Rochelle, Tom, Ross, and Mark, and Kit and Christine. Looks like we've got everybody we need. Looks like it's a small group of us for the afternoon shift. So agenda for this afternoon is the verbal right of reply for the Section 42A report writer and team. And so without further ado, perhaps I'll pass over to you, Rochelle. Sorry, Ra, sorry.
Good, thank you. Can you show my video, please, Christine? Thank you. Right, thank you. Ooh, it's quite a lot to cover. I thought we were a bit more narrowed down than we are.
Well, I had a quick check during the lunch break just to the conversation we'd had yesterday morning in regards to those outstanding matters, and I think there were a few more matters that were added to the list of things that you identified yesterday. But yeah.
Okay, so welcome back, Tom. So Dr. Shand's here just for any questions. I don't know, I'm not expecting much to be directed his way, and we've got Richard Bain here and Mark James, and I've got a few points where I will invite Richard and Mark to just add a bit more detail from what I've got prepared. So I thought I would just address this by chapter, starting with the natural hazards chapter, and outline first the responses to specific questions that you asked me yesterday or indicated during the course of the hearing that you might like me to comment on.
Sure.
So for the starting with the natural hazards chapter, first of all, that I will provide a map with my written right of reply, which shows how extensive the volcanic hazard overlay area is within the district. Just to clarify, that's the Laha sub-hazard within the volcanic hazard, which we have rules attached to. Yeah, the second thing I want to talk about is the approach within rules where permitted standards include complying with relevant rules in other chapters. So just to confirm with Commissioner Littlejohn, is this the question? So you questioned whether the approach of referring to rules was required or an efficient way to bring in the objectives and policies of the natural hazards chapter and the coastal environment chapter, or would they already need to be considered based on the nature of the activity, and noting that there's cross-referencing and strategic objectives that always need to be considered anyway? So is that the question, Commissioner? Thank you. So from the analysis that I have done, where, for example, the activities are restricted discretionary, in other reference chapters, the resource consent is triggered under there, and then it would just get the coastal or the hazard lens from these chapters. But those matters of discretion and other chapters are light in terms of addressing the natural hazard or coastal environment. So just to reiterate, that recommended approach provides for the hazard or coastal lens to be applied and gives visibility to the hazard. And it may assist to encourage plan users to locate the activity outside the hazard area, which should be the first option to consider to reduce the hazard risk. So an example as to the effect of the approach in the earthworks chapter, matters of discretion, there is the assessment matter, effects on the stability of land or structures, and potential to create new or exacerbate existing natural hazards, impact natural drainage patterns, redirect overland flow paths or flood flows, and or create instability, erosion or scarring. So, that assessment matter does go some way to address the effect of, say, earthworks in a stormwater flooding hazard area. But it doesn't particularly consider it in relation to the known and mapped hazard that the natural hazards chapter is trying to address. And there's just a questionable ability under that restricted discretionary. It's not clear to people that they would need to consider the objectives and policies of the natural hazards chapter, and that natural hazards chapter would more comprehensively provide for the risk management approach in respect of the particular hazards in there. So I think that it's a good question, and those other chapters do go a certain way, but I think it's more clear, and I do stand by this approach. And typically what it means in the natural hazards chapter, that it would still be assessed as a restricted discretionary activity, and those matters of discretion are limited to hazard management matters. The coastal environment chapter, it can appear a bit onerous, but with all of the higher order direction and integrated approach and precautionary approach that we need to, consider under the NZCPS, yeah, I think that's appropriate that those rules in the coastal environment get elevated to discretionary if they aren't already. Would like to just invite Mr. James now to comment on the role of the council in terms of trying to keep that tight watch over earthworks and flood hazard areas. Yeah, is that good for that?
Yep. Yes, I can make a comment there. I guess from a point of view of earthworks within a flood drainage system, we wouldn't like to see earthworks encroach into an overland flow path and change the location of an overland flow path to push it to a direction that might go to a neighbouring property or cause some grief somewhere else. Another aspect of earthworks in an overland flow system is filling in the volume of a floodplain. And if earthworks are filling in a floodplain, that can take that volume out, storage volume out of the system, and that water will move somewhere else down through a drainage system, and it could well cause problems further downstream. Could even cause problems upstream. So it's kind of spin-off effects that you get, and even cumulative effects that start happening with more and more earthworks within a drainage system, filling and redirecting systems, shortening a travel path and increasing the velocities and the time and concentrations. You know, also, if we've got streams that are, say, in a rural environment that are upstream of an urban zone, and we have this sort of earthworks filling in a stream system, and then that's sends a problem down into the urban zone and downstream of a rural zone. So it's those kind of dependencies.
Yeah, I think it was explained quite well in Mr. James's evidence that, you know, the council is very interested in just stormwater management in general, and I did hear Mr. Matic in relation to that it's not such a pressing issue in the rural environment. So yeah, do you have any comments about that, Mark?
Yes, well, that was kind of one of the comments there, that yeah, the rural can feed into the urban. So if we've got a lot of works happening in the rural environment, Inglewood's a classic, New Plymouth as well, a lot of our urban streams start in the rural. So we do need to keep an eye on what's going on in those upper catchments. Yeah, I picked up on his comments about habitable floors. You know, everybody's happy with the fact that we want to keep habitable floors out of a floodplain and flood free. There is a certain amount of overlap into other buildings as well, buildings that might block across overland flow paths and general drainage systems. Even if they're not habitable, there are still can be ongoing issues with those buildings if they're basically put in the wrong place. You know, good design of good building should be considering where the drainage systems are, keeping those drainage systems moving and live, and not putting buildings in hazard zones, urban or rural, really.
Yeah, let's just have a little bit of a conversation about that. I'm just, as far as I can tell, these are the only two district-wide overlay chapters where there is a cross-reference, or there is a standard within the permitted activities that refers to them being a permitted activity in the underlying zone. And look, there may be, and I'm starting to get my head around the rationale for that. It's because these particular issues are invoke and involve considerations that effectively are quite important, I guess, if I put it like that. You look at all the other district-wide matters, they're either specifically mapped and relate to specific activities that can occur throughout the district, whereas these are telling you about something that potentially impacts upon your land because of where it's located. So these two overlays, the natural hazard overlay and the coastal environment overlay, have a slightly different character to the other ones. So I can see why you might have ended up with a different approach to them. From I guess from a consenting point of view, I can see the logic in using the rule requirements to invoke consideration of these provisions on a case-by-case basis, because as you say, otherwise you're reliant on a particular landowner preparing a resource consent application and just following their nose to some extent to see if these objectives and policies are relevant. So you make it very clear by the way you do this that these provisions are relevant and you will need to consider them. So given the nature of these two overlays, I'm coming closer to the position that this is an appropriate planning response to it. And I don't need to get concerned that it's not something that's consistently applied throughout the plan, because I think these particular issues that we're dealing with these overlays do merit this particular approach. And that's certainly where I've sort of ended up on my thinking as we've gone through this. So I do appreciate where you've come to. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as I outlined yesterday, this was the approach in our draft plan. There was a little bit of tinkering, and then, but yes, the approach that our consultation has been based on over several years, and yeah, and I can't quite put my finger on it, but yeah, these two chapters just have this slightly different. They just want this lens applied, and
Yeah.
caution, yeah. And,
I mean,
and of efficiency, you know, we're not triggering a consent by doing this.
I mean, unfortunately, it's not immediately apparent by the way the plan is structured. And I guess there's no perfect way to structure a plan. I mean, if you look at natural hazards is within a subset of district-wide matters called hazards and risks. But you know, neither the hazardous substances overlay or the contaminated land chapter take a similar approach, because those are very specific and locationally focused or activity focused matters. Natural hazards, I can see that's different. The coastal environment is in a completely different part of the district-wide matters, down in the general district-wide matters. So again, the structure doesn't immediately tell you that these two are quite peculiar. Or peculiar is not the right word. They have their own characteristics that need their own approach to ensuring they're engaged. And I think that's what you've done. So, and maybe I just I'll just accept that. I can't.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really heard any evidence that other than people not wanting to consider additional matters.
Yeah, I know.
So, I mean, I have had, I've thought about this a lot as well, and thought, oh, is this the best approach? But I haven't heard anybody recommend put in front of us a better approach. So, I probably don't need to address this further in my written right of reply then. I mean, you'll get a copy of these notes.
These notes? Yeah, no, that's fine. I don't think, I'm much more satisfied the more I've thought it through and listened to the questioning that's probably an appropriate response to these particular overlays.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so now moving on to this, the non-statutory layer area. So this is still a section about questions you've asked me about. I'll get into some detail about it later, but I have reported in the Section 42A report, paragraph 38, I mentioned how I had some contact with Auckland Council, and then paragraphs 173 to 176, I sort of assessed that and included in this that I was aware from discussions that in the PAUP, as notified, there were 10 different types of non-statutory layers, including the flood hazard layer. And during the hearings, there was discussion, legal submissions on the use of the layers, and the outcome in the plan was that non-statutory layers would be deleted, except for there's one exception, but it's not this. So, and instead rely on an external GIS available on the council website, and determine it based on AEP flood events. And so you asked if I could provide a copy of that documentation, Commissioner Littlejohn. So I have is 3 documents that was sent to me, and there's a lot of discussion in there. So first of all, there's legal submissions on behalf of the council in relation to non-statutory layers. Then there's closing remarks on behalf of the council and in relation to flooding. And then I've got the hearing panel's recommendations for natural hazards and flooding.
Yep. No,
so would you like me to just provide, that's quite a lot, would you like me just to provide you those?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, I know what I'm looking for.
Cool. And then the next thing I needed to, you asked me to comment on, is just in relation to regional guidance, the flood hazard mapping. So, just in that context, Commissioner Littlejohn, where in the Auckland plan, you've got your unitary, so you're all in one camp. And so I just would ask Mr. James to comment on the regional guidance in respect to flood hazard mapping.
Yep, I can comment on that. At the moment, Taranaki Regional Council, we don't have a regional policy statement on stormwater from our regional council. Regional council knows that is something on their agenda that needs to be done, but it hasn't been done yet. We're working together with the Stormwater Roadmap and the Stormwater Catchment Management Plan program we're rolling out. We're working with TRC together and iwi, 3 groups working together to map out our roadmap. And we know that out of the end of this, we will, Regional Council will develop some guidance for us. But we're front footing it. We're looking at doing catchment management plans. We're looking at learning what the rest of the country's done, looking at what's going to work for us as a region, for what that guidance will be that will come from the Regional Council. Sort of a traditional approach out of Auckland is a network discharge consent, and traditionally that was a flow for a 1% event at the outlet of the catchment. Even that now has changed in Auckland. They don't do that like that now. So that thinking has evolved, and we're watching that space, and we're working to generate the information now and work with Regional Council to come up with what our situation would be and what would work for us here.
Thank you.
So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. So now I'll move on to the issues raised in the evidence. So unless you have any, unless I've missed something in terms of the natural hazards chapter that you wanted me to get back to you on.
There is just, and it's on this point again, and I'm sorry to keep picking at the sore. The discussion I had with Ms. Johnson yesterday, and her evidence in particular, unless you're going to, are you going to talk about her evidence?
Yeah, I am going to go through her.
It was only just because it was about whether it's better to have no reference in the district plan to it and allow people to try and find it in the GIS, or whether there is actually some benefit in continuing to have it as there, just so that people are alive to it, even though it might not have any rule-based effect. But anyway, I'll let you sort of deal with that.
We'll get to that, and yeah, we'll go through that. Okay, so the first matter is the fault hazard area, and so I thank Ms. Johnson for her assessment of activities in the fault hazard area, and I just find her input to this process so beneficial, because she has gone through it 15 years ago, and I quite often come back to, oh, maybe the operative plan did have that right, and in this case, this is the case in terms of the fault hazard. So I do agree with the approach put forward by Ms. Johnson to separate out the fault hazard from all of the other rules, and so I would like to look into some redrafting along the lines of what she's presented, and very helpfully included in her markup in Appendix 1. So if it pleases the panel, I may actually contact her just to confirm that I've understood her correctly this time. So yeah. I'll just suggest a phone call, and I would outline whether that happens in my written right of reply. Okay, moving on to the stormwater flooding area. So management of stormwater flooding is the most difficult issue for this chapter in the plan review. We want to be able to use the most up-to-date information available and have the best chance of protecting people and property from extreme weather events that will be exacerbated by climate change. However, some of the info we know is outdated, and stormwater fixes have occurred. And then the new modelling that has been done in some areas sees more properties come in, and you know, more properties will be impacted by flooding over the next 100 years. And just that modelling is a work in process, and you've heard that it could take up to 10 years to complete it. But I would really like to thank Mr. Matic on behalf of Federated Farmers and Ms. Johnson for the evidence in relation to the way that this is treated as a non-statutory layer, and then my amendments in the section 42A report. So Mr. Matic's concerns relating to the approach leaving plan users in a fluid situation, I'm not sure if he intended a pun there, that the overlay could be changed or expanded without a plan change process. And Mr. Matic suggested a superior approach would entail adopting a slightly conservative mapped area in the planning maps, then determining appropriate responses in relation to that. And Ms. Johnson requests that the panel gives consideration to her original request that flooding area becomes a district plan layer, and future changes to it follow the processes set out in the Act. So yeah, I appreciate the viewpoints and the concerns of these submitters. Consider that there are 4 options. One is as notified, having the district plan layer showing as an E-plan, and properties in this layer do show up on the left-hand panel when you do a property search, even if the layer isn't turned on the maps. And then The second option is, as per my section 42A recommendation, remove the mapping, amend the definition, refer instead to the 1% AEP flood event. And I think Mr. Littlejohn had some concerns about whether that was quite clear enough about the definition. And then the third option is, as requested by Mr. Maddich and Ms. Johnson, to include what information we have as a layer, so that it's consistent with other hazard overlays. And under this scenario, I think we would need to do a plan change, notify this if we went with that approach, which, you know, if we need to do it, that's so be it. But then the implication of potentially for additional plan changes over the next 10 years when the updated information comes available. And then the fourth option, which I didn't, which I kept popping in my head over the last several years, but I thought, no, you're just being lazy. And that is to just remove it from the district plan and rely on the building consent process to manage these floor levels. You know, as outlined in Mr. James's evidence and in the section 42A report, there is a process for building under the building consent process to get the floor level right under the Building Act. In many respects, managing this hazard in the PDP is duplication, but I just understand there to be a subtle difference between the role of the Building Act and the RMA in hazard management, whereby the Building Act concerned about the building and the building platform and the integrity of those, whereas the RMA is concerned about whether that activity is acceptable at that location and whether the adverse effects have been avoided, remedied and mitigated. So yeah, so yeah, having heard the evidence and the discussion, I am second guessing my section 42A recommendation, and perhaps the notified approach would be better. I do have concerns about the efficiency of that third option of mapping it and, you know, notifying it, mapping it and having it as an overlay.
Can I just ask you a couple of questions about that, Ra? I mean, I appreciate it's hard to find a right answer here because and we are limited to some extent. Just, I guess, question one, did any person submit saying that this non-district plan layer ought to be a completely mapped district plan layer?
I think that Ms. Johnson's submission did that.
Okay, so that is within the realm of possibility.
Yes.
Having said that, though, we'd need to be clear that the submission was summarised properly and people knew what was actually being sought, because then we get into those sort of natural justice things, because if it does apply now as a full statutory layer, then it potentially impacts upon a whole lot of property.
That's why we would need, we would need to.
Yeah. Well, that's why, I mean, yeah, I see why you get in that part. Okay, well, I'll check that. The other question.
Could I clarify? Sorry to interrupt. Could I clarify your question there? Are you implying there that we would need to put a map in that fully mapped all of the stormwater systems, all the ponding areas for the whole of town in one go? Is that what you're meaning by that?
Oh, well, no, I'm just saying because at the moment on the district, when you go to the district plan and you pull up the non-statutory layer, you do see it. So the question was, did a submission ask that non-statutory layer actually be an overlay mapped layer within the district plan, i.e. so that it could not be changed except by a plan change? Yes. Yeah.
I see what you mean.
And I think Ra is saying that potentially Ms. Johnson did make such a submission.
I will double check that scope.
Yeah, okay, no, that'd be good. The other question I had, the amendment you've made to the proposed amendment to the stormwater flooding area, you've added on to the end of it, stormwater flooding areas include ponding areas and overland flows as described in Land Development Subdivision Infrastructure Standard Local Amendments version 3 based on NZS 4044, blah, 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 and will be required to be identified by a suitably qualified and experienced professional. So the document that you're referring to there, is that easily accessible on the council website?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and does that,
And it was incorporated by reference at the.
yeah, that's what I thought. Where it says include ponding areas and overland flows as described in that document, am I assuming that that document simply incorporates a descriptive narrative as to the things that you would identify to note if you had a ponding area or an overland flow, and doesn't replicate a mapping way of identifying them? How does that, so is it
Yes,
all
that's
done
correct.
by narrative? It's not mapped?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
there's no mapping in NZ 4404.
Okay.
It's a list of rules and design standards that need to be met for subdivisions.
So the way that you phrased it includes ponding areas and overland flows. Is it your advice to us, Mr. James, that all of the one is a subset of the other, so that the stormwater flooding areas that we've now got mapped, albeit imperfectly for the reasons you've said, does that include by definition now all of those ponding areas and overland flows areas in NZS 4404, but also potentially includes other areas that might not fall within that standard?
The
Sorry, it's a
mapping
confusing
that we've
question.
got at the moment is not complete. Yes,
Okay.
I think I understand what you're asking there. I think that the mapping we've got in the district plan layer now at the proposed is not complete. We've got areas of the city which haven't been mapped, and also we're not always showing all the overland flow paths connecting
I
up the
see.
ponding areas.
Okay.
So we've got an incomplete map to start with. And I think Ms. Johnson has picked that up, that some areas are showing real detailed mapping and other areas are showing no mapping at all. And that's the big concern, is that we've only really put out what mapping we've got at the moment. And the reason that we would like to keep rolling forward is as we get more and more information, we can update. And those areas where we've got no information, we'll start to fill in.
So to some extent,
so that's sort of,
is that why there's the reference to the NZS standard? Because that effectively plugs the gap in the short term until you've got complete mapping.
Yep. Yes, yeah. It can be up to a developer to show us where overland flow and ponding would be if we don't have that mapping there. But we don't hang them out to dry. We work together with sorting that out.
So
you know,
if there were no such thing as, if stormwater flooding areas were defined wholly by reference to ponding areas and overland flows as described in the standard, would that be enough? Or are you saying that the standard would not cover all of the potential stormwater flooding areas that you want to identify?
it would pick them up as we went forward. The benefit of us mapping the systems is that we can model a whole catchment and all the dynamics of a catchment and the storages and all, you know, in an efficient way to create a flood map, which is a bit more representative than a developer looking at a 10-meter section of a channel. So we end up with a consistent standard and a consistent approach, a consistent set of mapping that's used by the LIMS people for LIM reports. It just keeps everything consistent.
How much work is involved in amending this development and subdivision infrastructure standard?
It's quite a big effort. We do have a local amendment for Taranaki that was worked on. Dion did that just before I got here. Took him several years, I think, to get the local amendments through. Yeah, Ray, you might know a bit more on that one.
Yeah, I understand it's a public process.
Oh, it is. So it's done under the Local Government Act, is it? Under the Special Consultative Procedure?
I think so. I will check that and report on that.
Well, there goes my elegant solution of just putting all the mapping into that document, and then that being the source of all stormwater flooding areas. Okay, all right. I haven't worked out a way to solve the problem, so I'll be interested to see what you come up with.
Sorry, updating. So I've just added to my list for my written right of reply that I'll include in the scope to include the information we've got as an overlay, and some narrative from 4404 about what it says about the ponding and overland
Yep.
flows and the process for updating 4404.
That would be helpful. Thanks.
Okay. So moving now, we're good to move on to some farming activities. Commissioner Cochrane, ready? Okay, so just to acknowledge Mr. Mattich's evidence and concerns that provisions for earthworks and non-habitable buildings and structures associated with farming and natural hazard areas are not appropriate. So in regards to policy NHP2, Mr. Mattich is concerned that having this policy broadly aimed at earthworks risks capturing everyday farming earthworks in an unnecessary consent regime. At paragraph 4.7, he lists a range of activities that are common day-to-day practices involving earthworks, which he considers unlikely to need regulating in the context of the wide open spaces of rural areas due to the minimal effects associated. So my response is that the consenting regime is only required where there's a rule trigger, and many of these activities outlined in Mr. Mattich's evidence would be permitted activity. And he does acknowledge at paragraph 4.5 of his evidence that earthworks are a valid concern for some forms of development, can displace surface water onto other locations that would otherwise be inappropriate development in areas at risk from hazards, but he considers not all earthworks should be treated in the same manner, and that in the farming context where there's lower density, lower potential for adverse effects than urban areas. And you know, there is some merit in that argument. So listening to Mr. Mattich's evidence, been seeking to understand why including earthworks in the list of the managed policy of NHP2 might be inefficient for low risk farming activities, where activities are provided for in the rules is permitted, as in the case for most of these activities he's mentioned, that policy would be irrelevant, and where consent is triggered, in my view, it would be appropriate to consider earthworks, and this is why it's signalled in PH2, NHP2. So the rules themselves allow many of the activities he's raised concern as, such as maintenance of tracks, drains, other structures, fences. They're provided for in NHR3, and existing use rights also apply. And also note that the intention of NHP2 is to signal that earthworks are envisaged in hazard areas. They're not within an avoidance policy framework. So I maintain that at the district-wide level, it's appropriate that this policy includes earthworks. Now to policy NHP4. Similar sort of thing. He considers that it should be relaxed in respect to farming. NHP4 is a policy to ensure an appropriate assessment of activities locating in hazard areas takes place, demonstrates the risks to people, property and the environment are minimised to an acceptable level. So Mr. Mattich at paragraph 4.24 considers that demonstrating that farm buildings are appropriate located should not be on a case-by-case requirement for building replacement, renovations or building extensions. He considers such a requirement would needlessly capture works in a consent process for little or no environmental or risk management benefit. And he thinks that the policy framework should recognise farm buildings which are not habitable do not need to be subject to assessment for these natural hazard risks. So I think that, you know, that was the intention with the drafting of the rules. It's just at the policy level that's reflected, but it wouldn't apply it in those minor cases because of the permitted standards in the rules. And again, building replacement possible under existing use rights and beyond what's allowed under existing use rights. I do consider it's prudent if a building has been replaced or extended to consider the location in respect of natural hazards in light of our growing understanding of what the hazards are. So while I appreciate Mr. Mattich's explanation at paragraphs 4.21 to 4.23 of his evidence, I support that the PVP encourages risk reduction by seeking to locate new development outside hazard areas for all but very low risk buildings. And where resource consent is triggered, I remain of the view that it's appropriate the assessment is made against policy P4, that it is determined on a case-by-case basis whether the natural hazard risk is acceptable, and the fact that if it is a low-risk building, then that should breeze through. And I've already said that. Yeah, but just, the intention of these policies is to increase the resilience of farmers like any other citizen in the district. Now to rules, still on the Federated Farmers submission, rules R7 and R10 in the natural hazards chapter. So Mr. Maddich has proposed some additional wording to essentially exempt non-habitable buildings or structures used for agricultural, pastoral or horticultural activities within the rural zone under these rules. So I do not support this wording. As per my section 42A recommendation, farmers should be encouraged to locate and design buildings and structures in a sensible manner, relocatable with well-considered floor levels, consideration of overland flow paths, and in meeting these reasonably simple design and location requirements, no resource consent would be required. And if one is required, then that should be assessed on a case-by-case basis. And Commissioner Littlejohn did query whether Mr. Maddich, whether Federated Farmers had scope in relation to these, and I concur with Mr. Maddich that there is scope within the Federated Farmers submission, so that might not be tagged against the actual rules, but it was very clearly the intent of the submission on the natural hazards chapter. So moving now to the Transpower minor amendments sought for the natural hazards chapter. So I appreciate Ms. Ratt's evidence at paragraph 37 in relation to the use of the and or in terms of operational and functional needs. So I agree with that, and in my right of reply I'll have and struck out and or reinstated. And I also appreciate Ms. Ratt's evidence at paragraph 38 where she notes R2 is for below ground network utilities, R11 is for network utilities, but not limited to above ground, and that is potentially going to be capturing underground network utilities in both rules, which wasn't the intention. And I note that the coastal chapter has a rule for below ground NUs and above ground NUs, so I'll recommend that in R11 will specify above ground network utilities. So those two amendments will come through in my written right of reply appendix 1. And that's all I had for the natural hazards chapter. Any questions there? Or shall I move on to coastal?
That was all on my list. Thank you.
Okay. So starting now with coastal, the responses to specific matters raised, and then I'll lead on to the evidence. So the first matter was there was discussion yesterday around the transfer of powers, whether that remained in place with the second generation regional coastal plan and the PDP. So the document, the signed document between the two councils where the transfer of powers is formalised, it does reference specific operative district plan rules. And so I think this, I think we need to look into that and check that whether we need to update that agreement. And so I would appreciate the opportunity to go and just to pick that up with TRC, and I can report back to you on that. But that would, I think that would probably sit outside this process, but it's certainly for our housekeeping. The next question, Commissioner Coffin asked whether the 1995 erosion strategy has been reviewed since its release date. And so looking at the council website, it would appear not. However, I can confirm this in my written right of reply. I'll just also note there's the coastal strategy in 2006, but that's much more broad than the coastal hazards. And yeah, that's also detailed in the section 32 report. But yeah, that 1995 strategy, it's quite brief, and it has really just set the operations work that parks do in those 8 settlements. And, you know, we haven't had any increase in the number of settlements that have developed in the coastal environment. So it looks fit for purpose to me. And then Commissioner Littlejohn queried the modifications to natural character of New Plymouth foreshore, and that's just some interesting context. So I'll just try and find some information about when how long that hard protection's been there, and in terms of consistent terminology for adaptive management, so Commissioner Littlejohn noted that in the hazards chapter I made the recommendation to use the term adaptive management, and that's for policy in HP5, whereas in the coastal chapter CEP12 still talks about adaptive pathway planning. So yeah, the scope's set in the natural hazards chapter, but it was an oversight. I think that that would be a minor amendment for consistency to follow the recommendation into the coastal chapter, and so I'll address that in the written right of reply. Now turning to large-scale renewable electricity generation. So during the hearing, I confirmed to Commissioner Littlejohn that my 42A recommendation for rules R11 to R17 are to be assessed as discretionary activity, and that's a reduction from non-complying activity status. So I discussed the matter of scope, and we just agreed it was worth checking this. So I do think it's appropriate to apply the reduced status if there is scope to do so, particularly in light of some of the evidence from Transpower and regarding offshore wind farms and other unknown electricity types, and the evidence of Mr. Dingle at Port Taranaki this morning about potential development and the transition away from fossil fuels, and that renewable energy is a significant opportunity for our district. There's a national policy statement on renewable electricity generation, which requires recognition of the benefits of renewable electricity generation. And I just had a little dig at the energy from the energy chapter hearing. The reporting officer's final recommendation included an amendment to policy 16, energy policy 16, so away from the notified version, which said avoid locating renewable energy in the coastal environment, to avoid the adverse effects of renewable electricity generation. So Forest and Bird have questioned the inclusion of renewable energy generation to policy P5, given that the MPS direction on that activity, and so this potentially provides scope to amend the rule. I just would like to have a chat with Ms. Wallace about that and report back about that in the right of reply. So, and then the final matter that you've asked me to comment on outside the evidence is Commissioner Coffin queried the appropriateness of multi-purpose zone activities within the coastal environment, noting that the MPZ provides for a broader range of activities than the matters listed in the coastal environment chapter at policy P33B, which states Papakainga, Marae and associated development. It is my view that the broader range of activities associated with the MPZ should be supported on that scarce resource that is Māori land, providing that the natural hazard risk is considered. I'll consider this and I'll in the response to submissions from Tangata Whenua shortly. So now moving on to the evidence matters raised in evidence. So you'll note that some submitters just submitted written evidence and didn't wish to be heard. So I just would like to touch on a few of the matters that were raised there. In particular, just to thank Ms. Hepworth-Waite for her written evidence on behalf of Waka Kotahi in relation to policy P7. Ms. Hepworth-Waite recommends a mining wording amendment to improve clarity of the risk management and risk reduction approach in clause 6 of P7. And that's to separate clause 7 into two separate matters. And I agree with this rewording because I agree that development includes infrastructure. So the word infrastructure is unnecessary. And I agree that the positive effects of an activity may be unrelated to the operational or functional need to locate in the coastal environment. So separating those two into separate clauses is appropriate. And my written right of reply will include those amendments. Moving now to reference to Indigenous vegetation in the coastal environment chapter. So I thank Mr. Medic on behalf of Federated Farmers for his submissions in relation to policy P8. This policy requires that activities subject to resource consent minimise adverse landscape, biodiversity, visual and amenity effects by, among other things, retaining existing Indigenous vegetation. Mr. Matic acknowledges my consideration that the eco chapter can be relied upon to regulate vegetation disturbance in the coastal environment. However, he considers there's a risk that P8 would capture minor clearance and pruning of Indigenous vegetation for pasture and shelter about maintenance of farm access tracks and spaces around buildings and fence lines to be free of vegetation. He also notes it could have a perverse effect of discouraging people from choosing Indigenous species for planting if then they were then not going to be allowed to be pruned or managed. So I do appreciate this concern. And I generally accept the wording that Mr. Medic has put forward. So he's put to clause 5, retaining existing Indigenous vegetation, and then in brackets his wording, excluding planted vegetation that is not subject to any protection covenant. And I would just vary from that wording slightly to perhaps link it to conservation covenant, which is a defined term in the proposed plan. But Appendix 1 to my written right of reply would incorporate that change. And also on the matter of Indigenous biodiversity, Ms. Ratt at paragraph 29 of her evidence considers the PDP has some duplication because the coastal environment chapter refers to Indigenous vegetation and habitats of fauna in some policies. And she correctly notes that the planning standards direct that Indigenous biodiversity should be located in the eco chapter. But I support referencing biodiversity within the coastal environment chapter because it is an element of coastal character. There are no rule triggers in the CE chapter in relation to biodiversity, and including it as an assessment matter alongside other values, coastal values, provides for more integrated and holistic coastal development and better planning outcomes, and it provides linkages to the eco chapter, in particular supporting policies P2 and P7, which apply outside those identified SNAs. Moving on to building controls in the coastal environment, and in particular rule R5. So this morning, Commissioner Littlejohn questioned Mr. Medic on the R5, which limits buildings in the CE in the rural zone. And Commissioner Littlejohn was correct that the rule relates to managing effects on coastal character. So I'd just like to ask Mr. Bain to comment on the appropriateness of those building controls in the rural zone.
Thanks, Ra. Yes, as you know, under the coastal policy statement, coastal can include a wide array of activities. And I think Commissioner Littlejohn, you alluded to this in your questioning of the submitter, that the existing environment would play a big part in the appropriateness of a building within that coastal environment if it was near others. Generally, I think it's correct that we're trying to push buildings away from the coastal edge. So yes, it would require consent for you to build in that area if you wanted to go beyond the parameters underneath the coastal environment. But like I say, the quality of the existing environment, the context of that proposal will obviously have a huge bearing on the success or otherwise of the application.
Yeah, we appreciated those comments regarding the, you know, that there might already be buildings clustered there. And that would be more appropriate to be in the cluster than 20 metres inland just to be separate from them. But I think the consent process.
Can either of you or both of you just explain to me how you think this permitted activity standard of GFA of building does not exceed 50 square metres over a period of 5 years is going to work in practice? How's that going to be monitored and enforced?
So that, well, it's the same as anything we, you know, forget a complaint, we would look into it, but I think that's the onus is on the landowner to ensure that their buildings are appropriate are lawfully constructed. But I did have some comments on the over a period of 5 years. So just to clarify that was added an acceptance of a TRC request to limit the amount of incremental creep, and that relief sought aligns with the proposed coastal plan. Yeah, I mean, the council does seek to encourage buildings in the rural zone to locate outside the areas of high coastal character for all but very small buildings.
I wish the TRC had come along so they could explain to me how that works. I don't know. I mean, I understand that the GFA of any building does not exceed 50 square meters. I mean, that's a fairly measurable proposition. You're either going to build a building that's less than 50 square meters or not. What the over a period of 5 years does, I don't know. I mean, is it supposed to be a cumulative control on all building on that site over a period of time?
Over the life.
Or is it to apply to just, I think the way it was originally drafted was that it applied on a building by building basis. So that arguably you could go and build a 50 square meter building 1 year, and then you could come back and build another 50 square meter building the next year. And I think what they're trying to do is to say, well, no, you've got an allowance, and once you've used it up, you've used it up. But I just,
it would provide for, you know, a hay barn or
yeah,
something, you know, minor. But if you want to go bigger than that, then we need to.
Well, you need a resource consent.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if I was that way inclined, I could build a 50 square meter building in year 1 and then come back and add another 50 square meters to it in year 5. And then another 50 square meters at year 10. I mean, it's a long project, but
you're a slow builder.
Or I'm not a successful farmer. Probably the latter. Yeah. Look, I'll have I'm sure we'll have a chat about this. I mean,
the rule intention makes sense, but the way to do it is, it seems quite difficult to monitor. Like I was thinking, as I read it originally, I thought, oh, aerial photography, but you'd have to take aerial photography as being year 1 and then come back in year 5, if indeed they get the photos in year 5. It just all falls apart, and then you have to rely on compliance to pick it up. An angry neighbour dobs in its neighbour. Or something's really obvious, it stands out, it's bright white in the rural environment, and people driving past say, what's that?
I think it's because the rule is structured, the rule is focused on a particular building rather than building per se within the coastal area. I mean, if it was focused on within those zones, in the coastal environment, the maximum area of new buildings shall not exceed 50 square meters, and no new individual building shall exceed 5 meters, and no individual structure should exceed 8 meters, just so that it's quite clear that if as of the date the plan becomes operative, if you've got 1,000 square meters of your farm that happens to be within the CE overlay, you know that you can only ever, as a permitted activity, put 50 square meters of new buildings within that area.
That's actually the intention.
Yeah, well, that's what I think that's what I understood, but the way it's drafted, I'm not sure whether it's clear enough to achieve that. Yeah. So
the TRC, I've got the summary submission here, and the submission didn't quite line up with the relief sought either, but the crux of it was avoid potential incremental creep and continuous extension over the life of the plan. So they say, note that the TRC proposed plan, so extensions of up to 5% of the structure size was provided for over a 5-year period, but then the relief sought related to the height of any new building or addition to an existing building. new building or addition to an existing building. Okay. I think that's okay. Because that's the and as well. So they have to meet both 1 and 2.
Can I just look? Let's not.
Yeah.
Let's not spend time we're not going to get back in our lives having. Maybe just have a bit of a rethink of that. I mean, I think I'd always understood that this was a maximum opportunity, but the way it's sort of written seems to suggest that you could actually slowly increase, because and it's supposed to apply to all additional building, I would have thought, in the coastal overlay area, not just to control each specific building that someone might want to go up. So all I can say is maybe just scratch your head a bit more on it and see if it does what I think we all seem to intend it to do.
Okay. Okay, moving on to the National Policy Statement for Electricity Transmission and the discussion between yourselves and Ms. Kokalescu and Ms. Ratt yesterday. So I thank Ms. Ratt for her evidence and her lawyer for the legal submissions. So the evidence from Ms. Ratt does outline the panel directed process from hearing 11, where Mr. Steiner for MPDC and Transpower workshopped a National Grid specific policy to give effect to the MPECT. And a result of that was that we have a bespoke National Grid policy in UP6. Council and Transpower agree that the best place for this policy would be the Network Utilities chapter, but because we don't have an indication of whether that's accepted by the panel, Ms. Ratt's submissions were on the basis that maybe it weren't. So I did provide some input to Council's position on that insofar as whether it met the requirements of the NZCPS. And I just note that the bespoke policy, the Council supported version, does not include the words seeking to avoid in the coastal environment part of clause 3 B7. And I think that's appropriate to address the relationship between the directives within the two policy statements, so any proposals are carefully assessed. So there was discussion yesterday around whether the plan has to resolve the conflict or provide the algorithm for decision makers in the face of the proposal before them. And I understand there is a high level of agreement between Council and Transpower, but yeah, those matters were of disagreement we're seeking to avoid, and then whether any policies should prevail over others. And the justification in the hearing 11 right of reply for not providing for any policy to prevail over another is there's 3 points. First is that under hearing 1, that was stated as the Council's intention that no provision should prevail or override others, and that they should be applied as a whole. Secondly, that NUP6 is comprehensive and specific to the National Grid. This policy will be the most relevant consideration during an assessment of a resource consent for the National Grid. So there is low potential for conflict with other more general policies. And then in the unlikely case there is conflict between the provisions or provisions are insufficient to determine the proposal, then the decision maker considers the direction in the higher order documents and if necessary part 2. So in my view, NUP6 is a really good policy. It brings together the two MPSs. It doesn't shy away from the NZCPS avoid policies because it acknowledges that activities may not be able to occur if NZCPS avoidance is unable to occur. And I think this provides the algorithm for decision makers to assess proposals against both MPSs, and this is appropriate. And I do support it sitting in the Network Utilities chapter. That would be its home chapter. Don't think we need any duplication in the coastal environment, although I do note that I have given greater acknowledgement to functional and operational need and the National Grid and the policy suite in the coastal environment. But I guess there's this small bit of duplication in that it would need to be considered alongside CEP2. But they're not inconsistent with each other. So I think that the approach that's come out of that hearing is great.
Okay, can I just ask you a question about that? I take it then, I mean, that discussion we had yesterday was quite helpful. You would then agree with where we got to, which is that the invocation in the Act to give effect to doesn't necessarily mean that the district plan as a subordinate policy document has to solve all of the conflicts by its rules and provisions, provided it provides a mechanism in which those can be resolved on a case-by-case basis. The latter still achieves the give effect to obligation.
Yes.
Okay.
I was a little bit confused. I think at one point Ms. Kokalisko mentioned that she thought that the avoid policies of the NZCPS, you know, it could be balanced, but in my view, those avoid policies are non-negotiable.
Yeah.
And I think NUP6 reflects that.
Yep. Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay, so CEP8, Ms. Ratt, at section 2.4 of her written evidence considers compliance with this policy, and so this is to avoid, remedy or mitigate adverse landscape, biodiversity, visual or amenity effects. She thinks it's problematic for the national grid structures, and that Transpower sought reference to functional, operation and technical needs in that policy. So applications still need to be able to be declined if they're inconsistent with P2. So it would depend on where any proposal is to be located in terms of if they are adjacent to or in outstanding natural character areas. But from my experience processing consents, there are many ways to avoid, remedy and mitigate adverse effects of large scale structures. And it is particularly important in the coastal environment that we have this aim of mitigating, avoiding, remedy and mitigating those effects. So away from outstanding areas, I consider P8, when considered within the suite of policies in the coastal environment chapter, and alongside the suite of policies in the network utilities chapter, I don't think P8 would be would likely result in applications being declined. P2 potentially, but not P8. And then now moving on to, are you okay for me to move on from that? Activities rules not applicable to the port zone. So there was interesting discussion between Commissioner Littlejohn and Ms. Carter about excluding port zone activities from the coastal rules and the mechanics of that. And I would also like to thank Ms. McPherson for her written evidence on behalf of the oil companies. So in relation to my section 42A recommendation, that the coastal rules don't apply to the port zone, and that this be stated in the chapter's overview. I think Ms. McPherson and you two this morning have made the good point that the text of the overview doesn't carry any legal weight. So Ms. McPherson helpfully has recommended some wording, and where it says all zones or special purpose zones, that we would exclude the port zone. So
I knew I read that somewhere.
Yeah, so I will, and
Thanks
thank you for raising that the port zone might not be the right nomenclature. I will discuss with Jacob Stenner, who's the reporting officer on the port zone, about the correct way to reference it. But I agree that would be more legally effective. Okay, so I've got a bit prepared for Port Taranaki, and it is a bit tricky because my recommendations are really, you know, they probably sit better in the port zone decision, but there is that overlap, and I thank Ms. Carter for her evidence on behalf of Port Taranaki and for speaking to that this morning. So firstly, I appreciated her explanation at paragraph 32. Regarding the port is considered nationally significant infrastructure under the NPSUD. I don't I don't disagree with the significance of the infrastructure, but I did omit to include the statutory consideration in my report, and I concur with her on that. And yeah, I accept that it is nationally significant infrastructure. I also concur with Ms. Carter as to the relevance of RPS section 15, that's providing for regionally significant infrastructure, and also that the RPS directs that the degree of modification from a natural state is an important consideration and is directly related to developing plan provisions appropriate to the port. But I consider the permitted standards of the port zone to be enabling in this regard. So Ms. Carter does not agree with me that there is a potential for NZCPS policies 11, 13 and 15 to be trumped by policies 6 and 9 if the relief sought by the port is accepted. She considers they're given effect to in many other chapters, and the PDP must be read as a whole, and when read as a whole there's no policy gaps in terms of giving effect to those policies 11, 13 and 15. She notes that the NZCPS biophysical bottom lines expressed in 13 and 15 are given effect to in the PDP, in particular under NFL P2 and CEP2. So those are the avoid adverse effects on outstanding staff, avoid significant effects on non-outstanding staff. And she notes that these avoid policies will apply to the port in discretionary and non-complying activity consent applications, and are likely to be activated in the above mentioned whole of plan overlays that apply to the port. But my problem with this is that under the port chapter, many activities beyond the permitted threshold would be assessed as restricted discretionary. And unless amendments are made to that assessment criteria, there's no ability to consider those avoidance requirements under NFL P2 and CEP2. And those are the really key ones that I think that we would be failing to be giving effect to if we don't broaden those matters of discretion in the port chapter. But there's also other policies that should be considered to ensure good planning outcomes in the sensitive environment. So at paragraph 46 of Ms. Carter's evidence, she outlines the specific port coastal management area recognised in the proposed coastal plan, includes that the port has a low level of natural character, although is located adjacent to an area of outstanding natural character. And this location and proximity of the port to the ONC and ONFL is a key concern in respect of ensuring we've got the appropriate policy considerations in the PDP. Also just refer back to hearing 5 and the officer's recommendation in regards to Mukatahi. So acknowledging that no decision has been made on that, but you know, that proximity to outstanding features and areas of character, it's a really tricky issue. And I also acknowledge that the SASM overlay provides protection for tangata whenua participation where proposals may impact Mukatahi. However, the benefit I see in applying coastal environment policies which give effect to the full range of NZCPS at the port for resource consents, it would only generally be applied for very large scale activities, but that integrated approach should be taken. So under NZCPS policy 4 integration, this includes particular consideration of situations where public use and enjoyment of public space is likely to be affected, and consideration of significant adverse cumulative effects. So when activities trigger consent because they're beyond the permitted level at the port zone, it's more likely that the proposal would be inconsistent with some of those NZCPS policies, such as those avoidance requirements in 11, 13 and 15. And I just don't feel that the matters of discretion in the port zone, without referencing the coastal chapter, provide for the assessment of these matters. So I maintain my view at paragraph 482 of my section 42A report that the port zone chapter itself provides for the effective and efficient operation of Port Taranaki. It implements CNC Policy 3 relating to Port Taranaki and character of the RPS. It recognises that Port Taranaki has a functional and operational need to locate at the coast, and the bespoke provisions are enabling and reasonable, and where they can't meet the permitted standard, there is the potential for significant effects that should be considered within that policy framework. So I could support an approach outside of the coastal environment chapter, whereby the port matters of discretion are expanded to include these additional matters. So in particular, NZCPS Objective 3 and Policy 2 relating to tangata whenua, and Objective 2 and Policy 11, 13, 14 and 15, that's Indigenous biodiversity, natural character and natural features and landscapes, that if those matters could be incorporated into the matters of discretion in the port zone, then I would be comfortable. Turning now to Ms. Carter's requested amendments from in relation to the coastal environment chapter, and I'll only comment on those provisions she seeks changes to. So in the overview, my report recommended an insertion of the district plan identifies areas of outstanding natural character in the coastal environment, setting aside the more pristine areas of outstanding natural character. Much of the remaining coastline has retained its high natural character, and Ms. Carter considers it appropriate to add, although Port Taranaki is an exception to this. So I am comfortable with recognising that there is reduced natural character as a result of the port, and I would make a recommendation on this in my written right of reply, but I might just take some time to contemplate that and confer with Mr. Bain, because I'm contemplating something along the lines of including other areas and including urban areas as well. So I'll pick that up in the written right of reply. In terms of policy P7, so in her written evidence, Ms. Carter seeks the deletion of reference in clause 6 because she considers it's potentially inconsistent with NZCPS policy 27. She seeks the removal of taking a risk management approach to significant existing development and infrastructure, and a risk reduction, including avoidance for appropriate approach to new development. And this wording I already addressed a little bit earlier in response to Ms. Hepplethwaite's evidence. So I'm not clear from the evidence why Ms. Carter considers the wording would be inconsistent with policy 27. Policy 27 is strategies for protecting significant existing development from coastal hazard risk. It relates to risk reduction, includes adaptive management, and recognises that hard protection structures may be the only practical means to protect existing regionally significant infrastructure. So I do favour the evidence of Ms. Hepplethwaite in regarding the rewording of P7. And I don't consider that reference to the management and reduction approach is at odds with policy 27, but I note that it's further supported by policy 25, which is subdivision use and development in areas of coastal hazard risk, and policy 25 includes the direction to avoid increasing hazard risk, encouraging risk reduction, and encouraging the location of infrastructure away from areas of hazard risk. So notwithstanding this direction, I consider the port zone is a special case that avoiding risk and encouraging development away from the coast is not practicable for port activities. But risk reduction of infrastructure, sure, I think that still should be something that we seek to achieve. So here's the overlap with the port zone. But regarding Ms. Carter's objection to the addition of assessment matters for rules in the PREC 10, where consents would now be assessed under the restricted discretionary activity status. So Ms. Carter considered that the relevant policies being proposed to be added as matters of discretion are themselves inappropriate. At paragraph 59, she states that policy direction to avoid adverse effects in P2 would normally be reflected in a rule with a higher activity status of discretionary or non-complying. And in her opinion, this policy direction is not appropriate to assess a restricted discretionary activity. So, under the plan is notified CER8 would have had that role of elevating all those port rules to discretionary activity. And you know, this this is the conflict. So in response to in the port submissions, I've accepted the removal of R8 so that they're not elevated to fully discretionary activity. But if there's no ability in a consent process to consider the avoidance direction of the NZCPS, then our district plan won't be giving effect to the NZCPS. We must be able to consider the proposals against these requirements, especially with the proximity to the outstanding coastal features and character areas. And in my view, they can be considered within a restricted discretionary framework. Under restricted discretionary consent, we have an ability to decline if there are adverse effects on ONCs and ONFLs, or if there's significant effects on non-outstanding character features and landscapes. So I don't view that what's appropriate under the policy direction and restricted discretionary framework. I don't see that the same way as Ms. Carter. So, and I also disagree with her statement at paragraph 60 that that the port environment is highly modified such that the avoid policies expressed in policy 13 of the NZCPS do not come into play for the majority of port related activities within the port zone. In my view, the recognition required to be given to the port under policies 6 and 9 and the regional plans and the degree of modification of the coastal area. These are relevant factors for consideration in both plan making and resource consent processes, but there must be the ability to consider the proposal in accordance with the avoidance policies. And also in paragraph 60, Ms. Carter states, where a height exceedance of a new port related building is proposed, Prec 10 standard 1 matters of discretion clauses 4 and 5 allow consideration of potential impact on landscape features, cultural and historic heritage items, the coastal environment and effects on Mikatahi Pa, Paratutu and Mount Motoroa. This almost addresses my concerns, but without linking it to the avoid policy, these matters of discretion don't quite go far enough. And as I already stated, I would like to see recognition of the biodiversity and restoration of natural character within the assessment matters for the port in light of the taonga species that we know frequent the port. And I understand that the port provides for these in there and to some extent. Like I understand that they cater for maybe seals and penguins and that this is an opportunity for things that they do to be considered in the consent framework, that they're undertaking positive things for the natural environment and they can be considered. So I don't think it should be something to be afraid of. Actually, in some cases, it might support their proposal. So including these policy considerations, I don't consider them to be burdensome. Through the consent process, recognition will still be given to the need for the port to be able to operate efficiently, but including them as assessment matters simply broadens the matters relevant to the management of adverse effects from this large scale activity in a sensitive environment. Moving now to the hazard rules in the port zone, unless anybody wants to talk about the NZCPS and the port. So anyway, I appreciate that belongs in the port zone discussion, but if you're going to be having fisticuffs with the other two commissioners, then now you understand my position.
We're sitting on other hearings where port matters are being raised as well, so
yeah,
we're having fisticuffs with ourselves as well.
So moving now to the two hazard rules and whether they apply to the port zone. So at paragraph 74, Ms. Carter confirms that the port the approach that CER 26 can be duplicated in the port zone, but she requests condition 1C relating to the building being relocatable is not necessary if you've got the floor level right. So in my mind, those two permitted standards respond to different aspects of hazard management. The floor level requirement is to reduce damage to the building during a flooding event, whereas the relocatability is important risk reduction in the situation that the flooding hazard has increased over time to the point that it's just no longer feasible to be located there and the building needs to be relocated. So I do actually stand by my recommendation in the 42A report that that rule gets transferred with 1C still there. And finally, Ms. Carter notes that there are some areas where she considers they shouldn't be mapped within the coastal environment, and we heard that evidence today because of coastal influences, processes, and coastal vegetation in this part of the port appearing minimal, and the coastal environment area is wider than other parts of the defined coastal environment. So the port is included in the coastal environment, and the inland extent of it is based on the evidence of Richard Bain and his review of the ODP's coastal policy area. And I note that that mapping follows the public access corridor as the inland boundary in proximity to operational areas A and C. So that's quite related to the recreational experience, recreational coastal experience. But I would like to invite Mr. Bain to comment on that mapping there and yeah, the coastal character values despite the modification of the port.
Yes, thank you. Yes, obviously, under the coastal policy statement, the first thing you've got to do is map the coastal environment. And in this particular part of in this particular area, I think it's self-evident that the port is coastal. So it's just where does the inland, how far inland do you come? The line as it's drawn runs along the edge of Centennial Drive, which is shown as a public access corridor. It's essentially the footpath that runs between Paratutu down to the coastal walkway. So this is used for people to enjoy the coastal environment. So in my view, that area of land on just the port side of that is clearly coastal in terms of landscape values. I was interested in the discussion between Commissioner Littlejohn and Ms. Carter as to, so what's the problem? You know, if there's no rules, why do you care where the line is in a sense? So I was interested in that conversation because I didn't hear a compelling reason as to why the coastal line should be moved, in terms of the inference being that it should be moved because it isn't coastal in character, whereas I think it clearly is.
Thanks, Richard. I can confirm that there would be scope. Well, in my view, there would be scope to amend the mapping extent of the coastal environment relative to the port if that decision was made. But it is my recommendation to retain the mapped extent as notified in that area.
Just on that, Mr. Bain, you've identified that people are walking along Centennial Drive, but there are a number of other characteristics that are taken into consideration. I was just wondering if there were other matters that we should be aware of in regards to that area that was identified to be potentially deleted from the coastal environment.
Other factors that would make it justify it being included in the coastal environment.
I suppose
yes.
I'm taking a pedantic view of it. Well, there is certainly a roadway there, and there's people walking up, but that's a small proportion of that area of land.
Yeah. As Ras said, the big element in there, of course, is Paratutu and the other islands. In that area, they are the dominant landscape element, aside from the chimney. We won't mention the chimney. And so those elements combined with the elevation in that area, the outlook towards the north over the coastline from the area, I think it's clearly coastal in terms of the elements that are listed under the coastal policy statement.
Thank you.
So Ms. Carter provided a section 32 AA evaluation that considers the council officer's recommendations, that's Mr. Stenner and I, to include the CE policies as matters of discretion in port zone consents, and she felt that that would place additional and unnecessary cost on establishing port activities in the port zone for little overall benefit. But my view is that given that the port is located in a sensitive environment in close proximity to outstanding character areas and natural features and landscapes, and that the area is of particular significance to tangata whenua, and that the management of the coastal environment is subject to a large amount of fire order direction, I consider it's entirely appropriate that those policies, either the CE policies that give effect to the NZCPS, or within the port zone giving effect to the better effect to the NZCPS. I think that it's appropriate that NZCPS applies to restricted discretionary resource consents at the port zone. Sorry, I have repeated myself a bit there. Rambling a bit, I'm sorry. But moving now to tangata whenua evidence. So I appreciate the evidence of Mr. Manu, Ms. Mako and Ms. Hokapura on the coastal environment chapter. In relation to Ms. Mako's evidence at paragraph 27, being a matter of consistent wording in relation to engaging expert cultural advice. She's been to many more hearings than me, and she's a bit more on the ball, and I would include that refined wording in the written right of reply. In relation to Port Taranaki, I appreciated the evidence of Ms. Mako, in particular that there needs to be a comprehensive set of provisions that consider the existing environment, including the cultural landscape and the relationship of Ngāti Tapiti with the area. And Ms. Mako supports the approach I recommended in the Section 42A report, but she considers there is a need for it to be made explicitly clear to the plan users that coastal environment objectives and policies are relevant in the consideration of consents under the port zone. So again, that's probably more a matter for the port zone. Actually, I meant to ask Richard, I understand there's some expert landscape conferencing in regards to the port zone chapter happening this week. Is that right, Richard?
Yes, that's correct. On Friday, the landscape architects for myself for council, Julia Williams for the port, and Daniel McEwen for Ngāti Te we're conferencing to consider what heights might be appropriate for port buildings in a nutshell, and that's going to occur on Friday. And one of the areas of focus for that discussion will be the area that Ms. Carter today said she would like to have the coastal area removed from, the area, the terrace area just adjacent to the footpath. That will be one of the areas of discussion. And then the other big area of discussion will be what heights, controls or otherwise do we deal with the visual impacts of the outstanding natural landscape. So after Friday, you should know more.
And am I correct that there's going to be some cultural scene setting?
Yes, there's cultural scenes. Yes, there's cultural scene setting early in the day. Then there'll be landscape architects conferencing, and then it's going to be followed by planning conferencing. I'm not sure if that's occurring on Friday, but it is going to follow on from the landscape architecture, the landscape expert conferencing.
Thank you, Richard. That's quite important for these commissioners to know. So I have heard, back to the tangata whenua submissions, I've heard the evidence and read of these three tangata whenua submitters in relation to the scarcity of Māori land and aspirations for development, Māori purpose activities. I've also had a talk to Ms. Ritchie, who's the reporting officer for the MPZ. And Owakura was specifically stated in tangata whenua submissions, but through the evidence, I understand there are other sites identified in the coastal environment that are of interest to tangata whenua for Māori purpose activities. So I guess there's two issues here. One is the treatment of Owakura, which is particularly raised for this chapter. And then beyond that, whether the Māori purpose zone is excluded from the rules in a similar way to Port Taranaki. So I'll just step through some of that. So I consider this request for an approach consistent with what I recommended for the port zone. It's a reasonable request, and I'd like to give a bit more thought to how best, whether excluding the MPZ in the rules is the best approach. But just one thing I do have a strong view on is, this is a very relevant matter under RMA Section 8 and Council's responsibility to take into account the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, also Section 6E, recognising and providing for that relationship, and 7A, having particular regard to kaitiakitanga. And I appreciated the comment from Maria, paragraph 31 of her evidence. I acknowledge the council has responsibility to enhance and restore the character and values of the coastal environment. However, I consider that the relationship of tangata whenua with the coastal environment is an inseparable part of that character and value. And Ms. Mako at paragraph 39 says that challenges already exist for Māori land to realise development, and that the activities provided for in the Māori purpose zone are anticipated in the coastal environment policies. And I confirm it was intended that this coastal chapter supports customary activities, papakainga, marae, as well as the more extensive list of Māori purpose activities. But it's really just been a matter of inconsistent drafting in my view, but I believe that's what the council intended for the coastal chapter. So
in terms of activities though, Radi,
yeah.
While the activities focus, I get. What do you say about the risk of impact of those activities from natural hazards that might exist in those locations?
Yeah, well, it was good to read in their evidence that they're not disputing the need to manage their activities in respect to the natural hazards, but that Owakura Pa site is a really good example that it's we don't need to we don't need to worry about hazards outside the flooding hazard area on that site, but the way that the plan is mapped and drafted, we would. And we can disregard it through the consent process, but it does make it more efficient to develop those Māori purpose activities. Okay. Yeah. Recognising the significant cultural values associated with the land intended to be rezoned MPZ, and to provide for rangatiratanga, the right of Māori to rule themselves and self-determination, within other constraints, but there's I think a bit of a lighter regulatory touch could be appropriate in respect of rangatiratanga. So whether that means pulling the CE mapping back to the coastal flooding hazard area on Owakura Pa site, or excluding the Māori purpose zone from rules, as has been another option put forward. And I know there might be issues of scope there, but so I just would like some time to consider this. Also would like to invite Mr. Bain to comment on what sort of activities that could occur at the Owakura Pa site under the MPZ zoning that would cause any concerns in terms of coastal character. So could you speak to that, please, Richard?
Yeah, sure. The evidence presented for moving the line for the Owakura Pa was a little similar to the port, in the sense that the argument was that we don't like the rule, so can you please move the line? I would have thought the coastal policy statement says identify your coastal environment and you can always change the rules. So my brief was to map the extent of the coastal environment, and I believe in that area it is appropriately mapped, because I think it is coastal in character and processes. To answer Ra's question, what could occur in there that would be of concern? I think really the only thing would be some sort of adverse modification to landform. Like if someone knocked the headland off behind where the Wharakai is, Wharanui is, for example, that would be really, I think, the only effect that I think could cause harm in that coastal coastal setting. In terms of what is built on that land, it is a discrete basin. I don't think building per se would create effects in terms of coastal character.
As it also in relation to it immediately adjoins that residential settlement.
Yes.
So,
Go on.
Oh, is that so? It would be in fitting with the surrounding.
Having it zoned coastal.
Having built development on that site.
Yes. So on the southern edge of the coastal line is give me the name of the street, Ra.
Is it Mace?
Mace Terrace. So Mace Terrace runs along the top of the basin and overlooks it. And there are extensive views from that area, and there was a submission to the PDP in regarding those views. But they are only some of the views available in that Owakura area. So I think building on the Owakura Marae land, if building was to occur on that land, it could impact on that view. I think it's unlikely, but it could potentially impact on it. But overall, I don't see an incompatibility. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I think their land, I think that land is coastal, and in my view, the mapping of the coastal line is valid. As to whether there are rules or not that apply to that, that's a matter for planners.
So Ms. Hokapora stated that she considers there's parallels between the port and Māori land that's zoned MPZ, and there's higher order provision for the activities undertaken on site, and recognition of the importance of these activities under the NZCPS. And I also just appreciated Mr. Manu's explanation at paragraph 9 that the MPZ will enable Ngā Mahanga Atairi to explore opportunities on our whenua, and through this realise the aspirations of our hapu. The relationship that Ngā Mahanga Atairi has with the coastline, Moana and Awa forms part of this coastal environment. It's an inseparable part of the taiao. And Ngā Mahanga Atairi strongly requests that the pā be removed from the CE so that the PDP enables the development of Māori land as intended by the MPZ, but clouded by the CE overlay. I think consideration needs to be given to whether the same approach goes for the MPZ as I've recommended for the port. So whether to reference the CE policies in the MPZ matters of discretion. Have had a quick discussion with Ms. Ritchie. I understand her right of reply for the MPZ is due this Friday. But the evidence of Mr. Bain is that there's a low risk to coastal character for developing in accordance with the MPZ. And also Mr. Coffinite, you mentioned something about the hapu development plans, and so maybe I think a discussion with Ms. Ritchie around that might just another option to explore within our.
Yeah, I should have elucidated that a little bit further effectively. We've got hapu development plans which could be prepared pre the notification of the plan, and they could be included in the district plan. But there's an opportunity to actually do plan changes, which include or embed the hapu development plans in the district plan. So that was one pathway, and the other was a consent pathway. So those are the two as notified pathways for realising development potential on Māori purpose only land.
Yeah, and if the effects of that development were appropriately address those coastal character concerns, then I would be very relaxed about the Owakura pā not being in the coastal environment because it's addressed in the MPZ. And yet I very much appreciated Maria's evidence at paragraph 35, raising the issue of the definition of hazard sensitive activities. You know, my reading of it would be that it would include kohanga and kura kaupapa, and the implication under Rule 19 would be that they would be considered at a non-complying activity status, even though most of that site is not subject, identified as subject to the hazard. So, you know, in my view, such an application would sail through the 104D gateway test on the basis that the hazard area could be avoided, but I appreciate this isn't efficient, and maybe another reason that we could pull back the CE to the flooding area, but I just would like some time to give more consideration to that. We could rely on the coastal flooding hazard rules to rely in respect to the flooding hazard risk. So moving now to, I haven't addressed the subdivision yet, I'll do that at the end, but moving to Mr. Jennings' submissions yesterday on behalf of Forest and Bird. So I thank him for talking us through his legal submissions, and I'll just step through the matters he raised. So in regards to policy P3, Mr. Jennings submitted that Forest and Bird seek the removal of the word appropriately so that it does not apply to avoid. And I address this in the section 42A report, paragraph 130 and 135, where I note that the policy is to be read as part of the suite it sits within, and there are times under within the NZCPS framework and in the coastal plan, the word appropriately is used, and I think it belongs in that policy. And policy P2 would still be relevant alongside P3, so the use of appropriately doesn't detract from the need to avoid those effects, as in CEP2. In regards to the proposed new policy PX, Forest and Bird seek the addition of mining alongside quarrying, noting quarries have similar effects, so they should be included in the policy as well. So this may be appropriate. However, I just wish to check with Ms. Young, as I'm aware that she's given a lot of thought to quarrying and mineral extraction terminology and provisions in the rural production zone. So I just would like to ensure we're consistent before I make a recommendation on that in the written right of reply. There's discussion about P6, which is policy direction around hard protection structures. So Forest and Bird seeking to remove when avoidance is not possible from clause 2. So I really appreciated those comments from Commissioner Littlejohn regarding the effects management hierarchy and the need to be more specific to give avoidance greater weight than remedy or mitigate. Avoidance is the preferred option. In respect of biodiversity and habitats of fauna, that's a key concern for Forest and Bird. Then CEP2 and Eco P4 give effect to NZCPS avoidance policies. So if there was removal of Indigenous vegetation, both of those policies are that CEP4 would need to be assessed, and in my final recommendation for hearing 5, that has a very clear effects management hierarchy. Also related to that policy, Forest and Bird seek an amendment from only allow to consider the establishment, and Mr. Jennings expects that that only allow would cascade to a controlled activity. So my view is that only allow is a small step down from avoid unless, and then only allow, and so only allow is a high bar, and I consider the establishment of is weaker. And also there are no controlled activity rules that this policy cascades to. So I don't think that only allow needs to be amended. Rules R2, R3 and R4. So Mr. Jennings raised concerns around the extent of vegetation disturbance with R2 and R4, and for R3 questions whether vegetation disturbance is envisaged in the rule. So I think his concerns are addressed with the permitted standard in those rules, that the activity is permitted under all relevant rules in the overlays chapters. So in the coastal environment under the eco chapter, R2 would need to be complied with, and that's quite limited in terms of Indigenous vegetation disturbance. But as a matter of consistency, I think it would be preferable that R3 including associated earthworks or vegetation clearance. Scope is provided in the Forest and Bird submission, which seeks to clarify Indigenous vegetation disturbance limits. And Appendix 1 of my written right of reply will include an amendment to the rule heading, and then the permitted standard requiring the activity. Sorry. Oh yeah, and then and combined with the permitted standard about having to comply with the overlay chapters, I feel that Mr. Jennings' concerns about Indigenous vegetation are addressed, except that he specifically wants that 2 metre proximity included in the rules, and this was also his submission against the eco chapter. So you may recall I recommended against that proximity context for the eco rule, favouring the use of necessary for or required for in the permitted standards, and I stand by that recommendation. I mean, sometimes you won't need 2 metres limit, so and also that primary location for Indigenous vegetation rules is the eco chapter. If the commissioners found that evidence about the 2 metre limit to be a good approach, then I would actually be pretty relaxed about that. So I think the last remaining matter is P9 and P10. So in my break, I contacted Rowan Williams, who's pretty long in the tooth with processing subdivisions in the district. I haven't quite got my thoughts in order here, but I'll give it a crack. So yes, that's correct that the proposed plan makes gives no direction about whether we take a reserve or a strip, but a quick look at section 230 of the Act, and that's how the wording is there as well. It just talks about Esplanade Reserve or Esplanade Strip. So I don't think there's any direction from the RMA for us to prefer one or the other. I do know in the operative plan, there was a different approach. We did identify key areas we thought were reserves. And in the operative plan, we haven't, although the public access chapter does provide some strategic direction in terms of what we might like for our access, in which case a reserve might be more appropriate if we were going to formalise that and the council was going to manage it. So there's this concern raised by Commissioner Littlejohn that a controlled activity subdivision, sub 9, could, we're giving the discretion to the landowner instead of the council. And I think you might be correct there, sir, and that's not the desired outcome. So we might like to, I might have a bit of a powwow with some other report authors and Mrs. Williams about, and look at scope. And maybe we need an additional assessment matter related to the appropriateness of whether it's a strip or a reserve.
Right, I was going to say, if you have a look at chapter E38 in the Auckland Unitary Plan, that's the subdivision. I think it's the subdivision urban or rural. I think it's the same in both, but there's a policy framework there and a rule framework which sort of sets out criteria. You might find something of interest there that helps. But I agree, scope might be the issue.
Yeah, so I think I'll ask those other authors to, and this is, we've all scratched our heads about these provisions because we've got the water bodies chapter, coastal chapter, subdivision chapter, and the public access chapter. There's a bit of duplication and just how they fit together. But my understanding is that S9 is doesn't have the tools to waive the requirements. And so we need something in the coastal chapter, being the home chapter for the values of the coast. And that's where where the tool to waive sits for dispensing requirements. But yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher, that one.
Yeah, I mean, I must say I've paid a lot of attention to this because I ultimately think it's quite critical to get this right. And as I've sort of understood it, you're right. Standard S9 is really the machinery which triggers the requirement to provide either an esplanade, reserve, or strip. And so it's a standard that has to be met on any subdivision. So if it, and I guess this is one of my questions, and it might not be for you, it might be for the subdivision author, but I mean, if you've been chatting, I'd be interested to know, under the way the subdivision rules are written, if, for example, your controlled activity subdivision in the rural environment, where is it? Which is rural. I think it's sub-rural, it's sub R4. So, and I'm looking at the right of reply version. One of the requirements for it to be controlled is that all subdivision effect standards are complied with. And if it doesn't achieve compliance, it defaults to discretionary. So would that mean on a subdivision, if I was going to depart from standard S9, which is effectively the 20 meters or 10 for water bodies and the 20 for coastal marine area, then if I want to do less than that, then it automatically, it's non-compliance with the controlled activity criteria, and I've got to seek my consent as a discretionary activity. Is that how we're all understanding it? Yeah. Okay. Okay. In that scenario, and I guess this is where it gets interesting, in that scenario, there's no policy guidance within the subdivision chapter as to how to evaluate that deviation from the standard.
Mm.
In fact, that policy guidance is to be found in WBP5 and then the CEP10, which are both within the water bodies and the coastal environment chapter, which is where you get this direct reference, require a subdivision which proposes to waive provision or reduce the width to demonstrate that the waiver or reduction is appropriate, having regard to. And then, so actually the policy framework for considering the deviation from the standard is set out in the other two chapters, not in the subdivision chapter. Now, I don't perceive that that's necessarily a problem, because in the subdivision chapter, for example, there is a note, although it's only a note in respect of water bodies, not a note in respect of the CMA. The note says the requirements for esplanade reserves or esplanade strips may be reduced or waived in accordance with the considerations in section 229, and then it directly references WBP4 and WBP5. It does that for a reduction for the water bodies, but there's no similar advice note referring the reduction adjacent to mean high water springs to, for example, the CE policy P10. And it may be that that's enough to connect the dots to some extent.
And potentially we've got scope in the coastal chapter.
Yeah, yeah, I think you might. I mean, to be fair, I don't think this is so much a scope issue as a ensuring clarification issue, because ultimately someone's going to go looking for a policy that sets out, what do I have to think about if I'm not going to provide the required strip to the full width? And they're going to stumble upon CEP10 anyway, which is directly addressing the issue. So I think all you would be doing is then giving a cross-reference in sub S9 brackets 2, that you go and look at policy CEP10 if you're wanting to depart from the standard. But I don't know, that seemed to be the simplest way to sort of connect it all.
Well, you would be having to do that anyway, wouldn't you?
Yeah, yeah.
It's just that it's not the connection, so that might, yeah, okay, I can
One
look at.
thing I just do note, then, you might want to chat it with the authors of
Yeah.
WB and the subchapter, is the reference there is to, it says, in accordance with the considerations in section 229 and WB P4 and P5. Now, of course, P4 is really just a requirement to provide the strip. So I don't know whether it's so much of a relevant consideration on reducing the requirement, but look, that's probably just an overly cautious referencing to the two policies that reference it. So I think
Yeah, so I mean, but there is very much a desire to make sure that it's not at the discretion of the landowner instead of the council in terms of whether it's a strip or reserve. So yeah, that's probably a key thing that I'll want.
Yeah, I think that's the one little bit that is not there. And that's not a criticism, it's just because I'm familiar with a different plan that has actually confronted that issue up front and said we prefer esplanade reserves. And that's why we make the consent status more palatable for that outcome. But if you want to do a strip, it's a fully discretionary matter, and you need to persuade us why a strip is better than a reserve. And that's how that plan works. In this scenario, you're sort of left at an arm wrestling match with an applicant to some extent, which I don't think is ideal.
No.
And that's why I think previously the approach of actually specifically identifying which ones you wanted reserves from versus those that you might be prepared to bargain over whether a reserve or a strip actually sort of worked, because then the development world knew that they were up for a reserve in these cases, but there was an option to deviate for these other ones. But I just think if this is going to be a forward-thinking plan, it might be worthwhile seeing whether there's a way to bring in some policy guidance around whether a strip or a reserve is the appropriate one at this point in time.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, the main the feedback I got from Mrs. Williams was, there's been, and this I think that Ms. Mako and I have already outlined this a bit. It's been a big area of change for us. The way we look at esplanade strips and reserves and subdivision. Historically, it was about access and affordability, and now it's more tailored to the specific site, and it also used to be a matter of primarily a landscape assessment, and now it's more in-house and reserves management and tangata whenua involvement. So I think that's quite aligned with where our plan's going, but yeah, it's hugely different now, and we've seen esplanade strips go on that are purely for restoration and not for access, and to mitigate the effects of subdivision.
Yep. I mean,
and also,
sorry,
a comment on that. Also, stormwater comes into this as well.
Yeah.
We're finding more and more stormwater going into these strips and reserves.
Yep. Oh, they've each got their place, and I think it's just working out when you want a reserve, because the reserve itself, the vested land, is the gold standard, obviously, but that of course comes with a long-term cost to council, whereas the strips maybe not so much, because the strip mechanism just creates rights over it ultimately, but the ownership and the obligation to maintain, etc., stays with the landowner. I mean, that's a big thing that's happened in Auckland for probably the first 10 years of my practicing career. Whenever there was a bit of land that was sort of left over in any sort of peri-urban or greenfield development, the council would generally stick their hand up and say, can you vest that as a stormwater reserve? Or can you vest that as additional land for the public estate? At about 10 years, council realised it had a multitude of parcels of land that were being used for stormwater purposes and or recreation purposes that it had absolutely no money to maintain. And so they reversed trend completely, and they refused to accept as vesting any land that was to be utilised within a greenfields development for stormwater management purposes. They would require the landowner to continue to own it, almost in an orphan lot with a covenant over it, requiring it to be maintained for the longer term. So there's been a complete change based on the budgetary constraints of, like, for example, the Auckland Council, and even being able to maintain these areas. So again, that's a factor that comes into how much reserve land does council actually want to own? Because if it can't look after it, then it sort of raises a real red flag.
Yeah, I mean, we had a similar approach with the Oceanside subdivision. So that's between the links and the coastal walkway that's being developed at the moment.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So we actually, being in the coastal environment, being on a sand dune, the infrastructure team thought, no, the council, the ratepayers shouldn't take that burden, and it's a body corporate kind of set up for that subdivision to manage that infrastructure, and the coastal environment where perhaps more risky.
Yeah, no, fair call. Yeah.
And
Okay,
your
well,
comment on the
I'll look forward
stormwater
to.
is-
Sorry, Mark. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Just your comment on the stormwater, the costs of running these units. We're looking at that at the moment as part of the overall stormwater side of it as well. We're getting more and more devices and stormwater devices vested back to council. We do see that coming. We need to get a line item and a responsibility, a place for it. That's part of our sort out stormwater as well.
I guess to wrap that up, I didn't find the Forest and Bird submissions on P9 and P10 to be an improvement on what is in the plan, but I appreciate those concerns that have been raised, and we'll provide a bit more written commentary on that in my written right of reply. And that's all that I have planned to comment on, so open for questions.
Thank you. Kat, do you have any further questions?
I think I don't think I do actually. I think I've asked everything I was interested in. Just see. I did want to just say thank you, Mr. James, for your evidence. I've been practicing around the edges of stormwater management and 1% AEPs and 20% storms and all of that for years, and I found it took me 20 years to find someone who actually explained it to me in a way I understood properly. So I'm very grateful for that. It just goes to show the benefit of someone who's been soaking in their science for so long that they can explain it. That was very, very good evidence, made it all very, very clear for me. I just wanted to say.
That's great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
But I didn't have any other questions of anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I just double checked against our list from where we started from yesterday, and we've ticked all the lists. So thank you very much, Ms. Beth. We didn't have any further questions. Was it anything else that you or your team wanted to add before we close for the day?
No, just thank you to all the submitters who have raised really and when they put forward suggested wording, it's really helpful, and it feels like a real team effort to get a good plan. So thank you to everybody who's taken part.
And I think the last thing, and this is something normally Stephen would take care of, and this is the timetable for the right of reply.
So I think Christine might have. I understand Mrs. Edwards was going to try and get me a month, but I think there's a different date in the calendar.
I was talking to Helen yesterday, and I think she had the 9th of May down, but I'm not too sure. Whether or not that was with your discussions that she has with you on a Friday morning. It's Helen Beeg.
So it sounds like our timetable was based on the 9th of May, which is about 2.5 weeks away.
Okay.
Is it, you're not pushing back, so I'm not saying. We've had some of the planners go, oh my goodness, I'm about to have a heart attack.
I think that's probably manageable. It's just that it's holidays and my children don't see much of me. So, but that's okay. I think just having a bit more than 2 weeks would be good.
I was going to suggest that if there are other issues, and always we want to try and make sure that we're not burning out the staff as well, because we want you all to carry on being working at New Plymouth District Council after the district plan, rather than everybody leaves. The 12th, I'm just looking at the dates, and that's the Monday. The 12th, I think, would be okay.
Thank you. That would be great. Just the extra weekend. Thank you.
Hey, thanks everybody. Kit, did you want to add anything before we look to close? Excellent. Hey, thank you everybody for the last couple of days. Really appreciated everyone's professionalism, and I know we've all been online for quite some time now and starting to get used to it, but it is still quite difficult to look at a little screen with little thumbnails all day. So really appreciate everybody's preparation for the hearings, the way that they've conducted themselves during the hearings, and we try to make these things as relaxed as possible, but it does have some formality. So just again, a big appreciation, acknowledgement to everybody who's joined us for the 2 days, who may have presented or may not have, or who are just listening in for the days. So if we don't have anything else to add, I'll look to close our meeting. I'm just looking to Sarah, and that's okay? Kawa. Hui no he mihi kawana kia koutou ko taitina na mai tine o tātou wahanga. I mihi kawana I roto i tō wā kāinga o tira i tō tari. I'd just like to acknowledge everybody and hope that they're safe and well within your respective homes and offices. And just like to offer this karakia, its intention is to make you lighthearted and give you a free spirit to carry on and do the other things that you might have in your day. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te urutapu nui, kia wātia, kia māma, te ngākau te tinana, te wairua e te ara takatū. Ko ia rā e rongo whakairi ake ki runga kia tīna, haumi e hui e tai ki e. Kia ora everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone.